Chapter 1541. Since you've said such harsh words, I'll kill you even more. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also make your woman wail on my bed. Boa Sheng roared angrily, and the power in his body began to rise. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying destructive intent had already attacked him. Ling Xiao didn't use the king's sword. Instead, he used the Sword of Light, which was a combination of the Sword of Destruction and the Sword of Light. Destruction was his will. He wanted to completely destroy Boa Sheng and make him disappear from the world. The terrifying sword slashed open a terrifying gully in the air. The ferocious destructive sword intent was wrapped in Ling Xiao's anger, and it was extremely fast. Boa Sheng didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack, and this made him feel very passive. He began to retreat continuously, and at the same time, he hurriedly channeled the origin energy of his domain and combined it with the Black Python martial soul, intending to block this terrifying attack first. People looked at Ling Xiao's sword and seemed to feel the anger in the sword intent. Ling Xiao truly loves his woman. Whoever dares to insult her must die. That's his reverse scale. It seems to be even more terrifying than hurting himself. Boa Sheng had already retreated very quickly, and his reaction was also very fast. However, Ling Xiao's sword was even faster. As a result, Mang Sheng had no choice but to attack before he could fully condense his defensive technique. This was because if he didn't block it, he would have to bear the brunt of Ling Xiao's sword. Hiss! A terrifying hissing sound was heard, and the black python flew out from Boa Sheng's back as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao's sword intent completely. The evil and terrifying aura was even stronger than when Tomohiko Kuma had released the demonic sword. Roar! At this moment, the shadow of a divine dragon rose from Ling Xiao's back, and it actually merged into Ling Xiao's sword. The ancient hell dragon represented destruction. When it merged into the sword, the destructive aura became even more terrifying. If it was just his aura, it would have been fine. The terrifying power released by this sword strike actually caused Boa Sheng's black python to feel a strong sense of fear. This is the same as the scene in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Is Boa Sheng going to lose again? Surprised voices could be heard from the crowd. Similarly, the Black Anaconda faced the Divine Dragon. That time, the Black Anaconda lost miserably. Perhaps not. After all, Boa Sheng still has the yin-yang essence energy. This is something that Ling Xiao cannot compare to. The person next to him said, "But isn't Ling Xiao's sword a little too powerful? It doesn't seem like a sword move that a 7th Grotto Heaven realm cultivator can release. Is he hiding his cultivation?" Not to mention the confusion in the crowd. Even the Alliance Master's expression became extremely interesting. Shock, regret, and confusion. All kinds of expressions appeared on her face, but she was wearing a veil, so others couldn't see it clearly. She had really underestimated Ling Xiao. She originally thought that he was at most a genius who could barely enter the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, but now it seemed that the situation wasn't so. Zhongyu Huangquan's face was gloomy. Ji Huangtian's face was solemn. One of them was ranked 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list, while the other was ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. Although this was only the ranking 3 years ago, there was no doubt about their strength. These two people had never really taken Ling Xiao seriously. Their opponents should have only been the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list. But now, the situation seemed to have changed. The shocking power that erupted from Ling Xiao's sword strike could no longer be underestimated. Ling Xiao must be eliminated as soon as possible. This kid is growing too fast. This was almost the same thought that came to Zhongyu Huangquan and Ji Huangtian's minds at the same time. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen a guy with such a fast cultivation speed and such a ferocious cultivation advancement. They still remembered that when Ling Xiao faced the seventh malefic star on the sacred dynasty's fairy island, it shouldn't have been so easy. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only around the fifth grotto heaven realm. They did not take it to heart at all. But how long had it been? This kid's strength was actually already able to fight with a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. In fact, this sword strike was clearly suppressing. Those who hated Ling Xiao and hoped that Ling Xiao would die all had ugly expressions at this time. Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, Permitha Immortal Island, Blackwater Fairy Island, Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, Phoenix Academy, and so on. These people had all read Ling Xiao's information before. They were very clear that just 2 years ago, Ling Xiao was still just a martial vein realm martial artist, and was still just a trash that was mocked by people. But more than 2 years had passed, and the current him was already able to contend with the most outstanding geniuses in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent. What terrifying talent and potential was this? With such terrifying talent, if he was given another 1 or 2 years, who in the Divine Phoenix Continent would be able to suppress him? At that time, even if the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword did not make a move, Ling Xiao would be able to crush everyone. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. Back then, we joined forces to destroy Ji Lingyue, which allowed Divine Phoenix Empire to have more than 10 years of peace. It seems that Ling Xiao must also be destroyed. The Divine Phoenix Continent will not allow such a powerful person to exist. The Black and White Elders, who had once dealt with Ji Lingyue, looked at each other and made up their minds. But they seemed to have forgotten. Back then, Ji Lingyue did not have experts like the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword to protect her. Although Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue were also very powerful, these two people were too kind and had a strong sense of justice. That was why they were deceived and blinded. In the end, they could not even protect their own daughter. As a result, Ji Lingyue's fate was unknown. Boom! Just as everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao's sword had already slashed down. The black python that Boa Sheng had painstakingly condensed was instantly destroyed upon contact. The terrifying power hit Boa Sheng's body. This half-step yin-yang realm martial artist was sent flying like trash. He crashed heavily into the killing dragon forest, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Don't play dead. Get up here and continue fighting. Ling Xiao believed that a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist could not be so weak. He could feel that Boa Sheng's aura was still very strong. After all, he did not expect to kill Boa Sheng with one strike. This guy was a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. He was different from any of the geniuses he had faced before. Cough, cough. Mang Sheng crawled out of the rubble. His wretched appearance was inconceivable to the onlookers. That's a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. Although he only has 10% of yin-yang yuan power, he is still in such a sorry state when facing Ling Xiao. Our previous estimation was very wrong. Yes, Ling Xiao's strength is not as simple as it seems. At this moment, the martial artists finally understood that they had underestimated Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's body contained a terrifying power that they could not imagine. It seemed that every time there would be a surprise. Chapter 1542. Boa Sheng crawled up from the ruins, looking battered and exhausted. However, his face was filled with malevolence and fury. You're the one who asked for it. Don't blame me. Boa Sheng looked coldly at Ling Xiao as the yin-yang force in his body was released. He was going to use the precious yin-yang force to deal with the top 10 Dragon Phoenix. Now, he had no choice but to use it to deal with Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao's strength had already exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use it now, he might not have the chance in the future. His roar. Following the release of the yin yang force, the huge black python behind Boa Sheng began to shed its skin. A pitch-black demonic dragon drilled out from the shell. Although its size wasn't much different from before, its domineering aura and strength far exceeded the black python from before. Martial soul evolution? There were naturally people in the crowd who knew what was going on. What's martial soul evolution? Why haven't I seen it before? Someone asked. You're making a fuss out of nothing. Actually, in the White Tiger continent, the development of martial souls is much more outstanding than in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. Evolution, fusion, strengthening, sacrifice. These are the 4 special operations of martial souls. They can only be done with special materials. It seems that Boa Sheng has mastered the method of martial soul evolution. Although these 4 operations are only temporary and can be maintained for a limited time, in a battle, one evolution might be able to end the battle. A capable person in the crowd said proudly, I reckon that Boa Sheng's method of martial soul evolution is to combine the yin-yang force with another martial soul. However, I really don't know how it's done. It should be very strong, right? Of course it's strong. Isn't that nonsense? If it's not strong, who would pay the price to choose martial soul evolution? It requires a lot of resources. The ferocious demonic dragon stared at Ling Xiao. The demonic dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent, and its aura was much stronger than the black python from before. Martial soul evolution? I really don't know about that. Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what if you've evolved? You're still inferior to me. Destroy. He didn't care about the evolved demonic dragon martial soul. Cold light flashed in his hand, and the sword of light of destruction cut through the void. Bright light bloomed again. Another sword thrust towards Boa Sheng. Boa Sheng's expression did not look too good. He had used up all of his yin-yang origin energy and the flood dragon martial soul that he had luckily obtained to evolve into a demonic dragon martial soul. If they still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then this battle would really be hopeless. A gloomy and violent aura surged from Boa Sheng's body. The demonic dragon pounced forward with bared fangs and brandished claws. Boom! The demonic dragon collided with the sword of light of destruction. In the sky, the 2 dragon silhouettes were particularly eye-catching. On one side was a pitch-black devil dragon, while on the other side was a primordial hell dragon wrapped in flames. After the 2 collided, the storm of chi produced, once again, sent sand and pebbles flying in the dragon-killing forest. For a time, the place became completely dark. A pitch-black light enveloped everything. The figures of Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng had been completely covered. The terrifying power produced by this attack was even stronger than when Boa Sheng and Long Chen fought before. And it was much stronger. Everyone looked at this scene with trembling hearts and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This terrifying power, was it really just a battle between Grotto Heaven realm martial artists? Boa Sheng, that trash, looks like he's going to lose. In the Phoenix Academy's array, a person laughed sinisterly and said disdainfully, Yuan Peng. Ming Huang glanced at this person. Yuan Peng, the flying phoenix son who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list, had a very mysterious origin. He appeared out of nowhere in the Divine Phoenix Empire and firmly became the number 1 existence among the 10 great Phoenix sons. He even squeezed into the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list in one fell swoop, even higher than Feng Yinshan, who was ranked 10th. Although the ranking of the 10 Phoenix sons wasn't too reasonable, after all, Yuan Peng and Feng Ming had never fought before, and neither had Feng Yinshan. It didn't make sense for Yuan Peng to suppress these 2 people. However, the ranking on the Dragon Phoenix list was still reasonable. His strength might really be stronger than Feng Yinshan, although he might not be able to compare to Feng Mingqishan. Dean, why don't you let me kill this Ling Xiao? I believe that the Alliance Master won't object, Yuan Peng said with a smile. You think that Boa Sheng isn't a match for Ling Xiao? Ming Huang frowned and asked, Dean, why are you pretending to be stupid? With your eyesight, I don't believe that you can't see that Boa Sheng is already an arrow at the end of its flight, and Ling Xiao clearly still has strength left. Yuan Peng curled his lips and said, Why are you doing this? Did Ling Xiao offend you? Ming Huang asked, puzzled. Nope, Yuan Peng said indifferently. I just took a fancy to the few women by his side. Each of them is an outstanding woman. TSK, as long as I kill Ling Xiao, they will be mine. Yuan Peng, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go up now. Why don't you wait until after Ling Xiao defeats Boa Sheng? Feng Mingpiao Shui, who was listening at the side, was very unhappy and said coldly, Hee, are you also Ling Xiao's woman? This brat's luck with women is not bad. Yuan Peng chuckled and said, To be honest, it's very difficult to judge the depth of this fellow Ling Xiao. I'm just worried that if he finishes off Mang Sheng, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to finish him off one-on-one. Now is the best opportunity. A real man doesn't care about trifles. To be able to treat despicable as not caring about trifles, you are truly shameless. However, if you dare to deal with him, then you will have to pass through me first. Feng Mingpiao Shui said coldly, Your strength is not bad, but you can't stop me. Yuan Peng glanced at Feng Mingpiao Shui and smiled. Then he looked at Ming Huang. Dean, your son Dark Current was killed by Ling Xiao. Aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry, and I want him dead. However, if I make a move now, I will be breaking the rules. Don't you plan to continue participating in the Dragon Phoenix selection? Ming Huang asked doubtfully. Me? Actually, I don't need to participate in this *T Dragon Phoenix selection. I have to participate in the White Tiger meet because I am from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Yuan Peng's words were really shocking. Ming Huang was about to be shocked. Suddenly, there was a roar from the other side. Once again, Boa Sheng's body was sent flying. Moreover, this time, he was even more miserable than the previous time. Not only were his clothes tattered, but he was also covered in blood. He looked like a bloody man. Even the extra bones were broken. One had to know that this time he had used the Yin and Yang Yuan Qi. Facing Ling Xiao, such an outcome was unexpected. He had really lost completely. Ling Xiao must die. Ming Huang glanced at Yuan Peng and said, I will help you stop Feng Mingpiao Shui. You go and kill him. Hee, I knew we would reach an agreement. Yuan Peng chuckled. His body suddenly flickered, and he was on the high platform in an instant. This scene made countless spectators who were still in a daze from the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng a little confused. They were a little confused. Chapter 1543. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Yuan Peng rush out. They did not understand what was going on. They only understood when Yuan Peng smashed the giant rod in his hand. This guy attacked Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th in the Dragon Phoenix top 10, attacked when Ling Xiao had just defeated Boa Sheng. He did not even greet Yuan Peng. This was a sneak attack. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Boa Sheng again, he did not kill him. This battle was not over yet. Yuan Peng attacked at this time. He was despicable and shameless. F***CK. Why are all the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix Academy so shameless? They can even do such a thing. Isn't that against the rules? Many people looked at the leader in the sky, but he did not say anything. It seemed that even if Yuan Peng killed Ling Xiao, he was willing to sit back and watch. He did not care at all. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what should we do? Ling Luo looked at the Moon Maiden and shouted in panic. It was impossible for any of them to save Ling Xiao at this moment, because there was no time to do so. The only ones who could save Ling Xiao were the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword. Don't worry, your brother Ling Xiao is fine. Although the Moon Maiden was furious, she gave up the idea of attacking when she saw Ling Xiao's calm face. Of course, she could kill Yuan Peng. However, that was not what Ling Xiao wanted. The satisfaction of killing an enemy with one's own hands was completely different. Yuan Peng was extremely fast. He was above Ling Xiao's head in an instant. The Qingshu College students below the stage exclaimed in surprise. However, Ling Xiao did not turn his head from the beginning to the end. He did not even look at Yuan Peng. His gaze was fixed on Boa Sheng. I got him. Yuan Peng sneered. He did not care what method he used to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he could do anything. Boom! A terrifying roar resounded from the high platform. The explosion caused smoke to fill the air. They could not even see Ling Xiao's figure clearly. Many people were worried for this young man. It was not easy to force Mang Sheng to such an extent. Who would have thought that such a shameless fellow would sneak up on him at this time? Would he die just like that? It was a pity. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Ling Xiao's figure had yet to appear, but his voice had already sounded. If you want to die, you can do it one by one. The smoke and dust finally completely. Everyone's gaze froze as if they had been struck dumb. What did they see? There was a huge skeleton stood there. Cold, ghostly flames flickered in his eyes. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him, and a silver-gray armor was apiece. Yuan Peng's body was skewered on a rusty long spear. Yuan Peng was no longer breathing. This is impossible. Ming Huang was the first to stand up. He could not believe what he had seen. Yuan Peng, the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, who attacked Ling Xiao, was killed by Ling Xiao? What happened in the smoke and dust just now? Where did that skeleton come from? Nothing is impossible. Yuan Peng is just a trash from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. He could not stay there anymore. So he was brought to Phoenix Academy by the Alliance Master. He was even crowned as the first Phoenix Son by that blind Fengming Wuliang. What a joke! Is he really stronger than Fengming Qishan and Fengming Wushan? In my opinion, he is not even as good as Boa Sheng. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The moment he killed Yuan Peng, some of Yuan Peng's memories were also grasped by him. He finally knew the identity of the Alliance Master and Yuan Peng's origin. Ha 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 ha! It seems that I, Yuan Peng, have underestimated you. Another Yuan Peng descended from the sky. His face was full of smiles. That puppet of mine was also at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Although it didn't even have 10% Yin-Yang Yuan, Li, it was still killed by you in one move. Amazing, amazing. This must be your trump card. Not bad. It should be close to 20% Yin-Yang Yuan, Li. You are much stronger than my puppet. Why don't you give it to me? Yuan Peng landed on the high platform with a smile on his face. However, one could see the killing intent in his eyes. The puppet that was destroyed by Ling Xiao was not easy to come by. It was gone just like that. What a waste. Are you a dog? Do you want everything you see? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng calmly. Ha ha, I don't necessarily want everything. However, your life and those women of yours are all coveted by me. Therefore, you must die today. No one can save you. Suddenly, Yuan Peng threw out a refining array stone. Then, the entire platform was wrapped up by the refining array stone's spirit formation boundary. Not good. This array refining stone must have been set up by an expert. If you don't understand its secrets, even I can't break it. This time, The Moon Maiden was finally anxious. She did not expect that Yuan Peng would be willing to spend so much to deal with Ling Xiao. A array refining stone of this level was worth 10 years of the Divine Phoenix Empire's revenue. Sister Moon Maiden, don't be afraid. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden and smiled like the sun. If this was enough to kill him, then he would have died many times over. Array refining stone? Perfect. Ha! You are quite confident, aren't you? Unfortunately, you don't know the power of this array refining stone. Just as Yuan Peng finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed. However, even though his reaction was so fast, his protective energy was still pierced through. A piece of his clothes was also pierced. Although he was not injured, this strange attack was indeed terrifying. What was that just now? It seemed a little similar to Gao Yangjuan's spatial door. Exclamations came from the crowd. This array refining stone is even more powerful than the spatial door. However, the principle should be similar. It was developed based on the spatial door martial soul. It is called the 10,000 gate array. The person controlling the array refining stone can suddenly attack from any angle and from any place. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, how fast he is, and how fast his reaction is, I'm afraid he will be in trouble. Then what should we do? That Yuan Peng is just a puppet, and his strength is close to that of Boa Sheng's. Doesn't that mean that his own cultivation has reached 20% of the half-step yin-yang realm's yin-yang origin energy? In addition to this terrifying 10,000 gate array, won't it be easy for him to kill Ling Xiao? Who knows? Unless the people outside can go in and save him, Ling Xiao will be in danger. Even the neutral practitioners started to worry for Ling Xiao. After all, what Yuan Peng did was truly shameless. Ha ha, ha ha. Ling Xiao, didn't you want to kill me? Now, can you still kill me? Boa Sheng was also in the 10,000 gate array. However, with Yuan Peng standing beside him, his confidence instantly increased. Chapter 1544. Are you very proud of yourself? Ling Xiao looked at Boa Sheng with disdain and said, I've said it before. Those who insult my woman and hurt my friends, even if you go to heaven or hell, I will still kill you. Right now, you are just a dog wagging its tail and begging in front of Yuan Peng. Are you worthy of being proud of yourself? Hearing Ling Xiao's words and looking at Ling Xiao's calm and composed manner, many female warriors in the crowd revealed expressions of longing and envy. Sigh, if only I could have such a boyfriend. He would do anything for me and kill those who bully me. That's right. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao lives or dies today, he has already proven his strength and his loyalty. He is definitely not just talking about it. The eyes of the crowd were bright. They could tell who was more popular from the discussions. Originally, Yuan Peng's reputation was still very high, first among the 10 Phoenix Sons and 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. No matter how one looked at it, he was more powerful than Ling Xiao. However, what he did was really shameful. Yuan Peng, the Flying Phoenix Son, 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng mockingly, his eyes full of ridicule. I was originally wondering why Feng Ming Wu Liang would choose you to be the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons. How can someone who has never heard of Be Worthy? After thinking about it, perhaps you really have the ability. However, today, I finally understand. As the saying goes, wolves and villains are in cahoots. The shameless Feng Ming Wu Liang chose you to be the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons, probably because you are as shameless as him. To be honest, I was really surprised that you would sneak attack. Although you have embarrassed the Phoenix Academy, you might not care at all. After all, this Phoenix Academy, from the dean to the majority of the disciples, is extremely shameless. Only a few of them have a conscience. Those who are more decent have been forced to the point where they can't survive. But aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Ah, I understand. You were probably kicked out by the Dragon Phoenix Mountain because you are despicable and shameless, right? Ling Zhao's words were laced with sarcasm, insulting the Phoenix Academy, Yuan Peng, and even Feng Ming Wuliang. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy and the imperial family were all gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Yuan Peng would destroy Ling Xiao and tear his mouth apart. If you die, this profound world will only have one less ant. Do you think anyone would care about how Yuan Peng, killed an ant? Shameless? You can say whatever you want. As long as I kill you, not only will I not be seen as shameless, I will instead be seen as a hero by your divine Phoenix Empire. Who knows, you might even build a shrine for me. Do you believe it? Yuan Peng didn't care about Ling Zhao's words at all. For shameless people, this was nothing because they were already shameless. Pa pa pa. Ling Xiao clapped his hands and said, "Well said, well said. This shameless country needs a shameless hero like you. Unfortunately, I'm just an ant, and I'm not that easy to kill. You'd better prepare yourself for the tragic outcome of capsizing in the gutter. When you die, all kinds of rotten vegetables, leaves, and eggs will be thrown at you, and all kinds of dirty water will also be splashed on you. At that time, no one will care about you being the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons or the 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. Everyone will only see you as a dirty rat, sneak attacking others, and instead being killed by others." Although Ling Zhao's words were sharp and full of confidence, Ling Xiao was confident, but many people felt a little puzzled, facing Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, and Boa Sheng, who was injured but didn't completely lose his ability to fight. Did Ling Xiao still have a chance of winning? Moreover, Ling Xiao was still trapped in the 10,000 gate formation and was at a complete disadvantage. Was what he said true? People tried to see a trace of fear on Ling Zhao's face, so even a trace of it would be good. But there was none. Ling Zhao's expression was still so calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. "Now, you can only show off your ability to talk," Boa Sheng said disdainfully. "Is that so? Skeleton General, go and kill him." The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This Boa Sheng was really stupid. He was clearly injured, and his injuries weren't light. Did he really think that Yuan Peng could protect him? The ghost fire in the Skeleton General's empty eyes flickered even more fiercely. It had already turned from blue to red. He turned around and looked at Mang Sheng. Then, with steady steps, he walked over to him. "Yuan Peng, save me!" Boa Sheng looked at Yuan Peng and shouted loudly. "Don't worry, with the two of us working together, Ling Xiao will definitely die. This Skeleton General may be a little tricky, but it's nothing to me," Yuan Peng said coldly. If he allowed Ling Xiao to kill Boa Sheng in front of him, Yuan Peng would really have lived in vain. "You can't save him." Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the aura of the Sword of Light in his hand suddenly became stronger. At the same time, he no longer hid his cultivation and released it completely. The Sword of Light in his hand became even more dazzling, and its power became even more terrifying. The 10,000 gate formation's boundary actually began to shake a few times under the influence of this power. The 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. He's actually at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Damn, how did this guy cultivate? I thought he was at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm at most. This is too terrifying. With such talent, it's no wonder that so many people want him dead. If he doesn't die, wouldn't those so-called geniuses of the major forces become useless? Exclamations broke out from the crowd. This time, even the alliance leader couldn't remain calm. although Ling Xiao still couldn't pose a threat to him, with such terrifying talent and such a terrifying cultivation speed. It wouldn't be long before even the White Tiger continent couldn't suppress him, let alone the Divine Phoenix continent. You really surprised me. Although the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation is not bad compared to me, it's still too far away. You could have had a bright future, but now you must die. You really make people jealous. You make people jealous to the point of going crazy. Yuan Peng was also very surprised. However, the more surprised he was, the more he couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng. His power was still increasing. Everyone was surprised to find that the ancient hell dragon's shadow behind Ling Xiao had disappeared. In its place was a golden crow, a huge golden crow. A golden crow burning with golden flames. The ancient hell dragon was a martial soul, and Ling Xiao couldn't fully control its power. However, this ancient golden crow was a move that was purely based on battle intent and the light profound meaning. He had completely digested 100% of the ancient golden crow's battle intent. He wondered how much of it Yuan Peng could withstand today. 10%, 20%, 30%. It felt about time. The golden crow's battle intent wasn't fully released because it wasn't necessary. Chapter 1545. Ling Xiao only released 30% of his golden crow battle will. He felt that it was enough. However, even though it was only 30% of the golden crow's fighting spirit, its terrifying aura was already enough to make countless people tremble in fear. Many people's hearts were thumping faster and faster. They didn't know when they would jump out of their bodies. That feeling was really uncomfortable. No one expected that Ling Xiao still had the means to increase his strength after releasing all his cultivation. How many trump cards did this guy have? How much stronger could he become? No one noticed that Ji Ruolong's eyes were already fixed. Sure enough, the primordial golden crow battle will. This guy actually took away the primordial golden crow and can even integrate it. Huang Tian, if Ling Xiao doesn't die this time, you must kill him. If someone else kills him, you must also get the corpse. No matter what, the corpse must not fall into anyone else's hands. Ji Ruolong felt his heart trembling. Although the sacred dynasty's enchanted island suffered a great loss this time, as long as they obtained the primordial golden crow battle, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate stronger disciples. I understand. Although Ji Huangtian didn't know why Ji Ruolong was interested in Ling Xiao's corpse, he still chose to obey Ji Ruolong since he was a child. On the high platform, Ling Xiao's body was bathed in reddish gold light, and his whole person was enveloped by the golden crow's radiance. The 11th profound meaning of light, primordial golden crow, 30% of power. Yuan Peng frowned as he looked at the terrifying golden crow, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. However, that was still deliberately controlling his emotions. In fact, he was even more shocked. Ling Xiao's performance was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It seemed that he had no choice but to get serious. Roar! A furious roar could be heard. Behind Yuan Peng's back, a giant ape's shadow appeared. The ape was wearing armor and holding a long rod. It was very majestic and domineering. Immemorial martial spirit, that's right, the soul of the elder ape king of the ancient apes, a warrior who fought alongside the human king in the past. His strength is no weaker than any of the primordial dragon kings. Yuan Peng said coldly, "It's a pity that such a good martial spirit was obtained by you. What a waste." Ling Xiao looked at the martial spirit and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, the righteous and domineering ape king of the ape clan had smashed the dragon clan and the extraterrestrial demons into crying for their parents with a giant black iron rod. Who would have thought that after his death, his martial soul would be obtained by such a despicable person. You must be in a lot of pain. Today, I will set you free." Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the great ape king martial spirit. The skeleton general alone was enough of a headache. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had increased so much, even Yuan Peng was afraid of him, let alone protecting Boa Sheng. Boa Sheng seemed to have realized this. His body trembled even more violently as he looked at Yuan Peng in horror. "What are you afraid of? Can't you even deal with a summoned creature?" Yuan Peng cursed and no longer cared about Mang Sheng. He waved the pitch-black staff in his hand, and his body turned into an afterimage as he charged toward Ling Xiao. He felt that he couldn't let Ling Xiao continue to improve. Otherwise, even he would be in trouble. His figure suddenly disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was behind Ling Xiao and smashed the black long rod down. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge the attack at such a close distance. However, at this moment, Yuan Peng suddenly retreated and disappeared from the high platform. Boom! Ling Xiao, who was standing there, exploded and sparks flew in all directions. Many people didn't understand what had happened. However, those with good eyesight were very surprised. This Ling Xiao actually used the Gemini martial soul and the power of light to create a human thunderbolt bomb. You saw it too. Even if the Gemini martial soul exploded, it wouldn't disappear as long as the body wasn't destroyed. It would only consume inner strength. The highly concentrated power of light was extremely compressed and then exploded instantly. If Yuan Peng hadn't noticed this, he would have been killed by the explosion. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. I was still wondering how he was going to break the myriad gate formation. I didn't expect it to be so simple. This way, Yuan Peng wouldn't dare to approach him rashly. Not only is he powerful, but he's also very intelligent. Among the younger generation, he's the most outstanding at such a young age. While the crowd was discussing, the skeleton general had already arrived in front of Boa Sheng. The rusty long spear in his hand was wrapped in a strange ghost fire as he stabbed out fiercely. Boa Sheng must die. He wouldn't change his words. Not to mention that it was Yuan Peng who stopped him on the stage today. Even if it was the alliance leader, he would do everything he could to kill Boa Sheng. Boom! The black long staff shot out and blocked the attack. A glimmer of hope appeared on Mang Sheng's despairing face. "Yuan Peng, although I'm injured, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. You restrain Ling Xiao first. I'll kill him. If we work together, we can kill him." Boa Sheng shouted. "The reason why I left you in this myriad gate formation is to work together. Why are you still talking nonsense?" Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao and then trapping Boa Sheng in the myriad gate formation was actually very clear. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to easily take down Ling Xiao alone, so he dragged Boa Sheng in as well. If the two of them worked together, the chances of killing Ling Xiao would be higher. Everyone looked at the alliance leader in the sky. Now that things had developed to this point, the Dragon Phoenix selection had long lost its fairness. However, the alliance leader didn't seem to be tired of such things and had no intention of stopping them. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as Yuan Peng didn't die, the life and death of others had nothing to do with him. He had brought Yuan Peng from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, so he naturally had to bring him back in one piece. Before the Dragon Phoenix selection started, no one thought that Ling Xiao would be able to take on the first-ranked flying ape phoenix and the fourth-ranked giant python phoenix by himself. It was simply like a dream. Now, the two phoenixes had actually joined forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Such a scene had never happened before. He's only a 17-year-old boy. Can he survive against two opponents like that? Among the crowd, there were martial artists who cherished talents, who felt pity. The Dragon Phoenix selection had become like this. It had been wantonly trampled upon by others, and the rules had long become useless. What a pity! However, Ling Xiao, who was on the high platform, didn't seem to have been schemed against at all. His face was as calm as an ancient well, as calm and composed as ever. It was as if everything was under his control. I hate that face of yours the most. That expression, as if everything has been calculated by you. It's really disgusting. Boa Sheng stood up, and Yuan Peng threw something to him. It was a pill. Take it, and it can guarantee that you will recover to your full strength in 2 hours. Yuan Peng said, Chapter 1546. In order to kill Ling Xiao today, Yuan Peng had gone all out. He had only given 2 pills to Boa Sheng, and he had to beg his grandparents to get them. But today, he had to use them because Ling Xiao had to die. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be too difficult to kill him in the future. Previously, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and get Ling Xiao's woman. But now he wanted Ling Xiao to die because he was jealous of Ling Xiao's terrifying aptitude and talent. No matter which reason it was, he couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he felt that he would definitely regret it. Just like when Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, not to mention the giant python phoenix Boa Sheng, even the sky rock phoenix Kong. He, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, had enough strength to kill Ling Xiao. But they didn't do so because they were too arrogant and felt that there was no need to attack a warrior who was only in the sky realm. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had grown to such a terrifying level. He couldn't make the same mistake. Taking the pill, Boa Sheng swallowed it without thinking. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he roared excitedly. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, let's see how you kill me now. Boa Sheng in his prime was back, although it was only for 2 hours. But it was enough. The demonic dragon behind him stretched out again, swaying its huge body and roaring at Ling Xiao. Strange black python patterns appeared on his body, as if he was attacked by the demonic dragon's aura. Kill! Boa Sheng recovered his strength and was the first to pounce on Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng also sneered, and his body gradually disappeared from the high platform. With Boa Sheng scouting ahead, Ling Xiao's twin Martial Soul's Thunderbolt bullet would be difficult to use. His sneak attack would be even more effective. One was in the light, while the other was in the dark. 2 half-step yin-yang realm martial artists attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. How was Ling Xiao going to deal with this? He's definitely going to dodge. He definitely won't dare to take on 2 people at the same time. What's more, once Boa Sheng restrains him, Yuan Peng will have a way to kill him. This was what almost everyone thought. However, reality proved that they were all wrong. Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. He jumped onto the skeleton general's shoulder and looked coldly at Boa Sheng, who was charging towards him. The sword of light destruction in his hand was emitting a terrifying sword light. He seemed to have completely forgotten about Yuan Peng's existence. Boa Sheng looked at Ling Xiao and paused for a moment. Idiot, what are you standing there for? Try and see if that's a real person. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. You trash. Yuan Peng's voice sounded in his ears. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and continue attacking. He had no choice. This was the 10,000 gate formation. If Yuan Peng wanted to kill him, he didn't have Ling Xiao's methods. The cold smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. The fear in Mang Sheng's heart grew stronger. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had no choice but to charge forward. Demonic dragon spear. With a roar, Boa Sheng threw caution to the wind. The demonic dragon, martial soul, let out a terrifying roar. Then, a black spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Ling Xiao, who was standing on the skeleton general. Are you looking down on my summoned creature? Ling Xiao's voice sounded. The skeleton general's blood-red cape fluttered. It quickly raised the rusty spear in its hand and stabbed out. The spear was too big. Boa Sheng had no room to dodge. He could only choose to meet force with force. Boom! An ear-piercing sound came from the high platform. Ling Xiao suddenly heard a gust of wind, followed by a cold killing intent. Yuan Peng attacked at the best time. However, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but the skeleton general. In Yuan Peng's opinion, only by dealing with the skeleton general could he focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. With this guy around, it was really troublesome. Although it was said that they were working together to deal with Ling Xiao, in reality, they were facing two opponents. Holy King's eye, Scarlet Sun Feathercoat. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. 2 rays of golden light shot out from its eyes and landed on the skeleton general. Then, the skeleton general actually put on Ling Xiao's Scarlet Sun Feathercoat. The Holy King's eye was an ability of soul adjudication. It could increase the defense or combat strength of any object. It could also transfer the martial arts that Ling Xiao had learned to the target. The Scarlet Sun Feathercoat was originally a move of the profound meaning of light. After being converted by the Holy King's eye, it could be used on the skeleton general. In order to do this, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of time researching. He had the skeleton general summoned from the eye of the Tomb of the Gods, and he could summon other things in the future. In addition, the 3-leaf demonic eyes could also communicate with creatures from other worlds. If he could use the Holy King's eye to convert his own martial arts moves, then he could strengthen these summoned creatures. The increase in combat strength would not be small. Just as the Scarlet Sun Feathercoat was released, the rod in Yuan Peng's hand also hit the skeleton general. However, because of the protection of the large Scarlet Sun Feathercoat, the skeleton general's body only trembled slightly. It didn't even sway. It didn't affect him from attacking Boa Sheng. The terrifying force sent Boa Sheng flying again. He crashed into the barrier and bounced back. At this moment, Boa Sheng was in a daze. He was completely unconscious from the impact. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart, and he couldn't control it at all. His ears were completely buzzing, and he couldn't hear any shouts. At that moment, he only saw the skeleton general take a large step forward and stab at him with the rusty spear in its hand again. It's over, Boa Sheng thought in horror. He had clearly recovered to his peak state, but he still couldn't block the skeleton general's attack. He didn't dare to act like this. The skeleton general's spear clearly hadn't attacked Boa Sheng yet, but Boa Sheng was already screaming in horror. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would cry bitterly at the moment when death was about to befall them. Moreover, the destructive and murderous sword intent released by Ling Xiao was something that Boa Sheng couldn't resist. He actually had a terrifying feeling that he had fallen into hell. Yuan Peng tried to save Boa Sheng. However, Ling Xiao stopped him at this moment. Almost every time he flashed and appeared, Ling Xiao would always appear near him in the shortest amount of time. He couldn't get close to Boa Sheng at all. He could only watch as Boa Sheng got closer and closer to the skeleton general's spear. Damn it! How did this guy figure out where I appeared? Could it be that he can lock onto my aura? Impossible. In the space of the 10,000 gate formation, one's aura would be instantly cut off. This was also the power of the 10,000 gate formation. How could Ling Xiao detect his existence? However, no matter what the reason was, the reality was that Ling Xiao blocked his attempts to save Boa Sheng time and time again. During this time, he had clashed with Ling Xiao twice. The first time was the real Ling Xiao. The second time was actually the twin martial soul's thunderbolt bullet. He was actually injured because he was too anxious. Chapter 1547. Although Yuan Peng's injuries were not serious, the feeling was too depressing. It was as if he was being played by Ling Xiao. That feeling was just too unpleasant. No one can save you. Die. A thunderous voice came out of the skeleton general's mouth. The rusty spear in his hand had already pierced Boa Sheng's protective origin energy. Boa Sheng was hit, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He knew that he was beyond saving. Only Yuan Peng could save him in the 10,000 gate formation. However, Yuan Peng was blocked by Ling Xiao and could not get close to him, let alone attack the skeleton general. When the crowd saw this scene, most of them felt relieved for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was attacked by the two of them, so naturally many people sympathized with him. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was also playing with Yuan Peng and sending Boa Sheng to the brink of death. Good. Well done. That's what you should do to a shameless person. Shu, lower your voice. Boa Sheng is from the Phoenix Academy. Don't you know how shameless that academy is? Be careful not to die if they hear you. He was obviously asking the others to lower their voices, but his own voice was very loud. He deliberately said it for the Phoenix Academy to hear. It seemed that there were some powerful people in the crowd who were not afraid of the Phoenix Academy at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to see what dark was, suddenly they heard a huge roar. Clatter! Then everyone saw that on the high platform within the 10,000 gate formation, the skeleton general had been completely destroyed, turning into a pile of broken bones. The person who attacked was actually the Alliance Master. Enough! Don't you feel ashamed to bully a dying man? The Alliance Master stood proudly in the air and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Her words made everyone feel that it was unreasonable. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at that Alliance Master and said, "Old witch, you really don't blush at all saying these words? Me bullying a dying man. Just now, when the two of them joined forces to attack me, as the host of this Dragon Phoenix selection, did you say anything fair? Now you're trying to pretend to be impartial. Don't you know that your words stink?" That's right, that's right. You're really shameless. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at as a 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist? Hurry up and scram back to your White Tiger continent. The Divine Phoenix continent doesn't need a despicable and shameless person like you. This time, the crowd was really in an uproar because the things that this alliance leader had done were really too disgusting. As a result, many cultivators who usually didn't want to talk much and only maintained a neutral stance couldn't stand it anymore. What's the point of being so obviously biased? Shut up, all of you. The profound world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This king is stronger than all of you, and this is the truth. Whoever dares to be impudent, this king will destroy them. The alliance leader was so anxious that he actually released a powerful aura to intimidate the crowd. Yo, I'm really scared. You shameless witch, do you really think that the Divine Phoenix continent is your backyard? I've lived for so long and have seen many 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists, but you're the first one who's so shameless. You want to kill me, right? Come out and fight me for 300 rounds. In the crowd, a ragged old man dressed like a beggar shouted at the alliance leader with a smile. Isn't that Elder Beggar? I heard that he went to the White Tiger continent a few days ago. He's actually back. Many people in the crowd recognized this old man. Elder Beggar, is Ling Xiao related to you? When the alliance leader saw that it was Elder Beggar, he frowned and asked with an unpleasant expression, "No, since that's the case, why are you going against me?" "I'm going against you? Didn't you say that you represent strength and that your words are the truth? This old man can't stand people like you who pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing the most. Elder Beggar held the rod in his hand and scolded. Humph, I won't lower myself to your level. Let's talk after you enter the myriad gate array. If you don't have the ability, just stand there and watch. The Alliance Master snorted and looked at the Moon Lady. Today, I'll show you how I'm going to kill Ling Xiao. I'm going to make your heart ache, and you're going to lose all hope. If you dare to kill him, I'll make sure that you don't have any descendants. The Moon Lady's voice was as cold as the flames of hell. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that I'll destroy your entire family. I'll even kill everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The demonic liquor sword's voice was equally cold. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that I'll grind your bones to dust. You won't even be able to reincarnate. Hong Chi had also arrived at the Slaying Dragon Forest. He looked coldly at the Alliance leader in the Myriad Gate array. Ha ha ha. If you dare to kill that kid, I guarantee that those pretty boys you've taken in recently will marry beautiful girls. You'll be so angry that you'll die. Elder Beggar also laughed and said, the Alliance leader's face was very ugly. At this moment, she was really in a dilemma. She could ignore everything and kill Ling Xiao. However, the consequences were really not something that she could bear. However, in the face of those people's threats, if she did nothing, she would be too cowardly. It would be difficult for her to survive in the Jianghu in the future. Thinking of this, she revealed a sinister smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him, because there's no need for me to do anything. Someone else can kill him." Indeed, she didn't need to do anything. She only needed to use her powerful strength to help Yuan Peng in the Myriad Gate array. Then she could easily kill Ling Xiao. This matter was very simple. In the end, you're still a coward, you old witch. Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance leader in disdain and said, I didn't expect that this year's Dragon Phoenix selection would be presided over by trash like you. It's really an insult to a grand event like the Dragon Phoenix selection. So many geniuses who were willing to fight for the glory of Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent were killed by your schemes. Your sins are very grave. Evil creature, you're quite eloquent. However, so what if you can speak? You still can't avoid death. Don't expect that someone will come in to save you. Because of this myriad gate array, I can freely enter it because of one thing. As for them, they'll need at least 3 days and 3 nights to blast open this myriad gate array. By then, you'll be dead. The Alliance leader looked at Ling Xiao coldly. She really wanted to kill this guy personally. However, when she thought of the threats that those guys outside had against her, she didn't dare to do anything. Is that so? The way I see it, this myriad gate array is nothing more than this. Wasting so much words, it's really a waste of time. Now, you old witch, watch carefully how I kill Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Using an array boundary to trap him, he wanted to tell everyone that this was the most foolish way to do it. Chapter 1548. You're saying you're going to kill the 2 of them in front of me? The Alliance Master thought he had misheard. That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. The Alliance Master was so angry that he laughed. I'd like to see how you're going to kill them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He stood there and looked at Mang Sheng and Yuan Peng, no longer paying any attention to the Alliance leader. Everyone looked at him, shocked beyond words. Some people felt that he was acting recklessly and was bluffing. Some thought he was crazy. After all, he might be stronger than Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng, but did he really treat a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm expert as if he didn't exist? However, those who truly understood Ling Xiao didn't think so. In the crowd, Feng Yanran regretted it. Seeing Ling Xiao's proud figure standing there, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. For his beloved woman, for his friends, He killed Mount Fengming, killed Tomohiko Kuma, and dared to make the world his enemy for his own people. It didn't matter if it was the right thing to do, but as a woman, she really liked this kind of man. Unfortunately, she had already made her choice. She chose to stand with her cousin Feng Yinshan and not Ling Xiao. Today's battle, whether Ling Xiao lived or died, would leave a brilliant legend in the history of Divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Yinshan regretted it even more than she did. If he really decided not to work with such an ally, he should have killed him earlier. However, he was hesitant. He wanted to use Ling Xiao, but he wasn't willing to help Ling Xiao sincerely. Now, their relationship was getting worse and worse. Today, he saw Ling Xiao fearlessly facing Yuan Peng, Boa Sheng, and even the Alliance Master. He felt that he had made a huge mistake in his judgment. What a pity! Zhou Yun also sighed and said, Crown Prince of Hidden Mountain, although it's a pity from now on, we can't have anything to do with Ling Xiao. He had offended too many people. Now, almost the entire Divine Phoenix Empire had become his enemy. Now, he had offended the people of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If we work with him, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. In fact, Zhou Yun had always been unhappy that Ling Xiao had ousted him from the position of the dean of Qingshu College. Although he was old, he still held grudges. Most martial artists were good at holding grudges. After all, the profound world itself was a world where gratitude and grudges intertwined. Gratitude and grudges had always been the main theme of this world. Therefore, he did not want Feng Yinshan to be soft-hearted. He did not want Feng Yinshan to help Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Master. I won't help him. Besides, we've already parted ways. Even the two patriarchs of the Fiery Phoenix tribe don't like him. If I were to work with him, wouldn't I be making things difficult for myself? Feng Yinshan shook his head. Right now, he could only treat Ling Xiao as an enemy that had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this guy was given 1 or 2 years, he might really become an uncontrollable monster. On the high platform, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. His figure pounced toward Boa Sheng. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure came from the Alliance Master's body, causing Ling Xiao's limbs to feel heavy and stiff. This old witch said that she would not help, but in reality, how could she not help? Yuan Peng disappeared from the high platform. Everyone knew that he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Screech, a loud and clear cry of the golden crow sounded. An even stronger fighting spirit erupted from Ling Xiao's body. 40%, 50%, 60%. Finally, when the golden crow fighting spirit was released to 60%, the restraints that the Alliance Master had placed on his body instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao was wrapped in terrifying power. He waved the sword of light in his hand and stabbed toward Boa Sheng's throat. Die! Suddenly, less than a foot above Ling Xiao, a long black staff stabbed down. The staff was wrapped in a strong lightning intent, as if it could pierce through everything. At this moment, if Ling Xiao insisted on killing Boa Sheng, he would definitely be attacked by Yuan Peng. In the end, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. And for Ling Xiao, this situation was definitely not worth it. However, at this moment, some people saw a smile in Ling Xiao's eyes, as if his scheme had succeeded. What is he trying to do? The warriors who caught Ling Xiao's subtle expression were extremely confused. In this situation, what else could Ling Xiao do? The next moment, he knew the answer. Everyone knew the answer. And at that moment, their gazes were completely frozen. Ling Xiao did something that no one expected. Even if they cracked their heads, they still wouldn't have thought of it. The sharp sword of light of destruction pierced the man's body. The ferocious sword essence of destruction rose to the extreme in an instant. The blazing heat of the immemorial golden crow burned in that person's body. Alliance Master. Many people stood up and shouted in horror. This was because Ling Xiao had disappeared at that moment. When he reappeared, the sword of light had already pierced that Alliance Master's body. At this moment, the golden crow battle intent had risen to 100%. Even the Moon Lady was afraid of the 100% immemorial golden crow battle intent. Although this Alliance Master and the Moon Lady had fought to a draw after 100 moves. Her strength was still inferior to the Moon Lady. After 300 moves, she would definitely die. Therefore, in terms of strength, there was still a gap between her and the Moon Lady. Even the Moon Lady was injured by the 100% immemorial golden crow battle intent. How could she not be affected? Moreover, she had really underestimated Ling Xiao. She would never have thought that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack her. Not only did she not think of this, but no one else thought of this either. After Ling Xiao attacked, he quickly disappeared again. He knew that a Yin-Yang realm warrior could not be killed so easily. This sword was just a gift to the arrogant Alliance Master. Wasn't she powerful? Wasn't she arrogant? Then he would let her see the price of being arrogant. The ferocious golden crow battle intent wreaked havoc in the Alliance Master's body. She was extremely angry. How dare you sneak attack me? She roared angrily. Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng were completely dumbfounded. Until now, they still did not understand what had happened. Wasn't Ling Xiao attacking Boa Sheng? How did he suddenly appear beside the Alliance Master and injure her? Could it be that he understood the secret of the 10,000 gate formation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the outstanding array masters of the White Tiger continent found it difficult to break the 10,000 gate formation. Could a mere Ling Xiao do it? There must be another reason. However, Yuan Peng could not figure out the reason, no matter how hard he tried. Ling Xiao's body reappeared, and he was already far away from the Alliance Master. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Alliance Leader, does it hurt a lot? I said before that I will kill anyone who dares to stop me from killing them. Don't think that I am afraid of you just because you are at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You don't dare to kill me, but I dare to kill you. If you don't believe me, let's see who will be killed today. Chapter 1549. Ling Xiao might not have been able to injure the Alliance Master if they had been outside the 10,000 gate array. After all, the disparity between their cultivation levels was too great. He definitely wouldn't have been a match for the other party if they hadn't been in a specific environment. However, the Alliance Master had foolishly entered the 10,000 gate array. After such a long time, the Yuan Venerate had already taken control of the 10,000 gate array. If Yuan Peng and the Alliance Master tried to leave the 10,000 gate array now, they would realize that they simply couldn't. Ling Xiao hadn't intended to rely on his master's power. However, why would he do it openly when someone else was cheating? Wouldn't that be stupid? Since the other party treated the rules as child's play, there was no need for him to adhere to them. Wouldn't he be an idiot if he didn't use the array formation for no good reason? Outside, he had the protection of the Moon Lady, the demonic wine sword, and the Hong Qi. Inside, he could definitely toy with a 5th-level Yin-Yang martialist to death if he controlled the array formation. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was useless if one didn't understand array formations. Furthermore, he had the help of a Yuan Venerate in secret. Combined with the Golden Crow fighting intent, he would be able to grind this foolish Alliance Master to death. Did she still want to stop him from killing Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng? She had to save her own life first. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Alliance Master glared at Ling Xiao, her voice filled with anger and hatred. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. In her eyes, Ling Xiao had already been sliced into minced meat. Someone who dared launch a sneak attack on her definitely couldn't be forgiven. At first, she had been afraid of the people outside and hadn't wanted to do it herself. However, she couldn't help it now. Ling Xiao had actually dared to hurt her. This was something she couldn't tolerate no matter what. He, tear me to pieces? You should worry about yourself first. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. My sword didn't feel good, did it? Although you are a Yinyang realm martialist, you still have a mortal body. You can't escape the nomological laws of the mystic realm. You will still die. Alliance Master, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. This kid is too despicable. He actually dared to plot against you. Boa Sheng said loudly. At this moment, he had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. If Ling Xiao could even injure a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yinyang realm, then wouldn't it be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him? Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive. That's right, Alliance Leader. This kid is vicious and has no respect for his elders. He must be killed. If he goes to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause? Yuan Peng chimed in. Alliance Master, you are the supreme being of the 5 Immortals Island. Ling Xiao dared to hurt you, which is a capital crime. He must be killed. Ji Ruolong's voice came from the Sacred Dynasty's formation. At this moment, he no longer cared about his old face. I beseech the Alliance Master to kill Ling Xiao and exterminate this scourge, returning peace to the divine Phoenix continent. To be inconsolable said, righteously. That's right. The Alliance Leader was chosen by the 5 Immortals Island. He dared to humiliate and even attack you. He must be killed. The Island Master of the Black Water Immortal Island also spoke. Kill. Raven Queen only said one word, but it was clear what she meant. Sigh, how dare you attack the Alliance Leader? Even we can't save you. Alliance Leader, do whatever you want. The Black and White Elders were the most shameless. They wouldn't save Ling Xiao. They would only be happy to see the Alliance Leader kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has harmed countless geniuses in the divine Phoenix continent. He must die. The Dean of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang, also spoke. Kill. He must be killed. In an instant, there were all sorts of voices calling for Ling Xiao to be killed. This included those who had suffered at the hands of Ling Xiao and those from the Martial Grandmaster Island. Their disciples had been killed by Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Naturally, they were furious. Since Ling Xiao wanted to die, they would fulfill his wish. Ling Xiao looked at those people in disdain and said coldly, all of you want me to die, but I won't. Don't worry. If I survive, all of you will die. That cold and emotionless gaze made some of the shouting people lower their heads in fear. They wanted Ling Xiao to die, but they were afraid of Ling Xiao's talent and potential. If Ling Xiao really survived, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. That's right. If Ling Xiao dies, I'll make all of you accompany him in death. The Moon Lady looked coldly at those who were clamoring. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Count me in. If Ling Xiao dies, the divine Phoenix continent will be flooded with blood. The demon liquor sword's murderous intent quickly spread. Some of the warriors who were clamoring immediately shut their mouths. There's also this old man. The child that I've raised for so many years has been bullied by you. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I'll make all of you accompany him in death. Hong Qi said indifferently. However, his aura was not inferior to the two in front of him. Ling Xiao is a disciple of our Qingshu College. He's also the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Killing him is equivalent to becoming our enemy. I swear that even if I have to flatten the divine Phoenix continent, I won't let any of his enemies go. Feng Qingyan also stood up and said firmly, the position of Qingshu College's dean was given to him by Ling Xiao. As the dean, if he couldn't even protect his own student, then he wouldn't have the face to see others. He wouldn't be like Zhou Yun, who only cared about himself. Haha, our everlasting joy, Immortal Island, won't watch as Ling Xiao is killed. The Alliance Master is biased and doesn't care about the rules. He's no longer suitable to be the Alliance Master. The Everlasting Joy ancestor smiled and said, our canopy, Immortal Island, also thinks the same. The Alliance Master's actions today are really disappointing. Such a shameless person doesn't deserve to be our Alliance Master. The Island Master of Canopy, Immortal Island, Zhu Tianlin, also stood up and said, for a moment, those who wanted to kill Ling Xiao and those who supported Ling Xiao were divided into two factions. However, the most important thing right now was still the few people inside the Myriad Gate formation. This was because the people outside couldn't enter the Myriad Gate formation. If the Alliance Master was determined to kill Ling Xiao, the people outside definitely wouldn't be able to help. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Moon Maiden, Demonic Liquor Sword, Hong Qi, Dan Changle, Zhu Tianlin. So what if you're so aggressive? If you have the ability, come inside the Myriad Gate formation. Today, I'm going to trample on this kid in front of you and kill him so that you can't vent your anger. The Alliance Master's voice was filled with madness and arrogance. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Right now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? If you want to kill me, then kill me. I want to see if you have the ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body completely merged with the primordial golden crow. That reddish-gold giant bird was completely formed by light, and Ling Xiao was wrapped in it. They had already merged into one. 11 light profundities, primordial golden crow, 100% strength. The blazing battle intent continued to burn, and the terrifying aura made Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng hide in a corner and tremble. They realized in horror that if Ling Xiao had used this method previously, neither of them would have survived. Chapter 1550. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from Ling Xiao's body, the Alliance Master frowned slightly. Then it turned into a sneer. Fortunately, you are only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Otherwise, I would really be afraid. But now, in front of me, you are just a piece of trash that I can crush at any time. Oh, is that so? However, you are the one who is injured now, not me. Ling Xiao said mockingly. From now on, you won't be able to meet me again. The Alliance Master said confidently and coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and approached Ling Xiao in an instant. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't move, and the golden crow's claws clawed through the air. In that instant, the Alliance Master felt a strong sense of danger. Her body, which was originally pouncing forward, suddenly stopped and then moved to the side. However, it was still a little too late. That golden crow's claws actually appeared from her waist, tearing apart her protective essence energy and clawing at her ribs. If she had been a little slower, her ribs would have been broken. What's going on? In the Kill Dragon Forest, all the martial artists felt that it was a little unbelievable. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It was clearly the method that Yuan Peng used to deal with Ling Xiao. He has mastered the mystery of the 10,000 gate formation. The Moon Maiden said excitedly, and a smile bloomed on her cold face. This smile instantly made everything colorless. Really? The Liquor Demon Sword couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually had such an ability. It shouldn't be wrong. When Ling Xiao was in Yuehua school, he became the disciple of a formation master and learned the method of formation refinement. The Moon Maiden nodded. Yuehua school? What sect is that? It's a very inconspicuous small sect in the Sky Dragon continent. What kind of powerful formation master can come from such a sect? Nonsense. Although this was what many people were saying, they all felt that it was impossible. However, the reality before their eyes forced them to believe it. Ling Xiao had really grasped the secrets of the 10,000 Gate formation. This time, the one in trouble was not Ling Xiao, but the Alliance Master. The terrifying thing about a formation was that once you entered it, you would be at the mercy of others unless you could break the formation. No matter how high your cultivation base is, it's useless if you don't know formations, let alone your cultivation base at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps sometimes the stronger one was, the more troublesome it would be. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating? Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance Master mockingly and said, If you're afraid, then hurry up and scram. I don't have time to waste with you here. There are still those 2 fellows that haven't been killed yet. You really controlled the 10,000 Gate formation? The Alliance Master asked. Not bad. Ling Xiao's answer was straightforward. Are you scared? Humph. So what if you control the 10,000 Gate formation? Yuan Peng, remove the formation. The Alliance Master snorted coldly. No, Alliance Master. Once you remove the 10,000 Gate formation, you'll have to face the Moon Lady, the demonic liquor sword, and the others directly. Yuan Peng smiled bitterly. He could neither leave nor stay in the formation. He had put a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in such a difficult situation. Damn it! The Alliance Master was stunned. Then, he realized that he had acted rashly because he was suppressed by Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng was right. It was more troublesome to leave than to stay in the formation. However, how was he going to deal with Ling Xiao? He was a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he had a headache over how to deal with a mere 10th level Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. If this kind of thing were to spread out, it would really be a laughing stock. So, what if you control the 10,000 Gate formation? As long as you can't break my defense, you won't be able to hurt me. The Alliance Master suddenly revealed a smile. Then, a shadow appeared behind her. What's that martial soul? A snail? Yes, it should be a snail. No wonder the Alliance Master didn't want to reveal her martial soul. That's too much. A huge snail with a huge, hard shell on its back lay lazily behind the Alliance Master. Although there was an awkward expression on his face, after releasing his martial soul, the Alliance leader had regained his confidence. Brat, you'll definitely die today. Her figure flashed again and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao chose to attack in the same way as before. However, he was in trouble this time. When the Golden Crow's claws reached the Alliance Master, they were blocked by the snail's shell. Ling Xiao vaguely realized that the Alliance Master's entire body was wrapped in the huge, hard shell. The snail had already left the hard shell and was charging towards him. Ling Xiao dodged hastily and stared at the Alliance Master as he said, You're a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, yet you're acting like a coward. Is this what you mean by wanting to kill me? Hemph, cut the crap. You can't hurt me, but I can kill you. Let's see where you're going to run to. The Alliance Master snorted and charged towards Ling Xiao with the huge, hard shell on her back. Together with the snail's martial soul's attack, she really caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the martial artists watching the battle felt a little awkward. The fact that a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was forced to use his martial soul was enough to shock them. Now, this level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist had to rely on the snail's shell to defend against Ling Xiao's attack. This made them feel strange. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. They had seen all kinds of weird things since the battle started. Do you really think I can't hurt you with a hard shell? Ling Zhao's body flickered continuously. Using the 10,000 gate formation, he could freely appear anywhere. If he was outside, he would definitely not be able to do so. Therefore, he was very confident that he could kill the Alliance Master. Master, can you block the people outside? I want to use my tyrannical martial soul. Ling Xiao asked as he dodged. It's a small matter. This 1,000-gate formation has the function of blocking qi. I only need to block their line of sight. However, you must kill these 3 people. Otherwise, the fact that you possess such a terrifying martial spirit will definitely be known by others. Yuan Venerate replied, The 3 of them will definitely die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. All right, give me 3 breaths. Ling Xiao continued to dodge, while Yuan Venerate started to modify the 10,000 gate array again. After a short while, what's going on? Why can't I see the battle inside? Yeah, it's all gray and hazy. I can't see or feel anything. Did Ling Xiao do something? I don't know. Why is it like this? Everyone was burning with anxiety. They couldn't see or feel any auras from such an exciting battle. This really made them depressed. Chapter 1551. After 15 minutes, no one could see what was happening inside. Half an hour passed. Inside the 10,000 gate formation, the Alliance leader fell to the ground in fear. He looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Are you surprised? Ling Xiao was panting heavily. There were many wounds on his body. He had used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, the immemorial Golden Crow, and the 10,000 gate formation to kill the Alliance leader. However, he had paid a huge price. He had used up too much energy. Fortunately, he had many elixirs with him. After eating the pills like they were beans, his signature mocking smile finally appeared on his face. So you're the martial artist who awakened the mountain river martial soul. Ha! It's too late for you to know now. Ling Xiao mocked. You wanted to kill me, but you trapped yourself in the myriad gate formation. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, even if I used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, I wouldn't be able to kill you, a peerless expert at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You can't kill me. Why? I'm from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain and an inner sect elder. If you kill me, don't even think about stepping into the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. As an inner sect elder of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, can you have some backbone? You only came up with such a lame excuse to beg for mercy when you're about to die. There are many sects in the White Tiger mainland. I don't care about the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance leader in disdain. The Golden Crow clawed at him. It's over. Everything is over. After I kill you, I'll get rid of those 2 trash. No, I can't die. Crack. A crisp sound was heard in the 10,000 gate formation. Ling Xiao crushed the Alliance leader's head. At the same time, the gray color gradually faded. Everyone stared at the 10,000 gate formation, hoping to be the first to see what was going on inside. At that moment, everyone's gaze froze. Ling Xiao was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar. However, the Alliance leader whose head was crushed was even more miserable. What happened? What exactly happened? No one understood. Even those who supported Ling Xiao, including the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword, didn't understand. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had actually killed the Alliance Master. Hooray! Far away in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, countless warriors were shouting in their homes. In their hearts, their heavenly emperor was invincible. No matter what kind of powerful opponent he encountered, it was all the same. For a period of time, they were worried to death, afraid that the legend in their hearts would be shattered. He was afraid that Ling Zhao's life would be lost in the hands of that expert. However, This scene caused them to be completely relieved. Their heavenly emperor, His Majesty, was the most powerful existence, invincible. Although it was just a beautiful wish, Ling Xiao miraculously showed it to them. In contrast, the young geniuses who had once looked down on Ling Xiao were completely dumbfounded. How did he do it? This was everyone's confusion. Bah, trash, scum. Ling Xiao directly spat on the corpse, then looked at Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. You really want her to kill me, right? Next, I'll let you die with her. Feeling the realm of origin energy in his body constantly recovering, Ling Xiao released the divine light sword again. However, this time, the immemorial golden crow had been kept. Although that thing was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. He couldn't afford to be tormented now. Moreover, there was no need to use the immemorial golden crow to deal with Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng. Enough! Just as Ling Xiao's divine light sword pierced towards Boa Sheng, that guy trembled and hid in the corner, not daring to move. A thunderous voice resounded in the void. You've already killed the alliance leader of the Five Immortals Island. Are you still not satisfied? As the voice resounded, a huge vortex appeared in the void, and then a person walked out of it. It was an unfamiliar face, but it possessed terrifying strength. When everyone looked at this person, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand didn't waver. Now, no matter who it was, no one could stop his determination to kill the two in front of him. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The roar resounded again, and the terrifying aura directly shattered the myriad gate formation. Ling Xiao's body was also shaken, and he kept retreating. Master! Yuan Peng looked at that person and shouted in surprise. Don't worry, I'm here. You'll be fine. Yuan Peng's master was called Yuan Tianluan, and he was the array master of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The myriad gate formation was developed by him. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao had modified the myriad gate formation, he could still break it. When he was at the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he felt that something was wrong with Yuan Peng's aura, so he rushed over. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. His woman was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Yuan Tianluan coldly. Without the myriad gate formation, he definitely wasn't this person's match. But to let Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng go, that was a dream. What's with that look in your eyes? Do you even want to kill me? You're simply a bloodthirsty beast. Yuan Tianluan looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said coldly, If I'm a bloodthirsty beast, then your disciple is even worse than a beast. He's a scum. Ling Xiao swallowed another handful of pills. He ate the things that others treated as treasures like jelly beans. His body was rapidly recovering. Master, kill him. This guy used a very cruel method to kill Master's wife. Yuan Peng shouted loudly. With his master here, Yuan Peng's timid heart once again came to life. He gritted his teeth and shouted his wish to his master. Heavenly Master Yuan, Ling Xiao destroyed the Dragon Phoenix selection. Please uphold justice. Please uphold justice. Ji Ruolong, to be inconsolable, Black Crow Queen Ming Huang, and the others who wanted Ling Xiao dead formed an alliance once again. It seems that you've offended quite a number of people, but don't worry, I won't kill you. Now, surrender obediently and follow me to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to receive your trial. Yuan Tianluan looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge his woman. However, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to kill his woman just because of the myriad gate formation. There should be something strange in this guy's body. Therefore, he wanted to bring this kid back and study him properly. After obtaining the treasure in this kid's body, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. Who would go back with you? Idiot? You can kill me if you have the ability, but You want me to surrender? No way. Ling Xiao cursed. Since that's the case, I can only take action. After saying that, Yuan Tianluan crossed the void and arrived at the high platform in an instant. His huge hand that covered the sky grabbed Ling Xiao. Old dog, how dare you hurt him? Just as Yuan Tianluan made his move, the Moon Maiden made her move. Chapter 1552. The Moon Lady had been holding back for a long time. She couldn't help Ling Xiao in the 10,000 gate array just now. Now that the 10,000 gate array was broken, she could finally protect her little man. Dazzling moonlight streaked across the sky. Her slender hand turned into a huge hand that covered the sky and clashed with Yuan Tianluan's palm in the air. You dare to stop me? Yuan Tianluan looked at the Moon Lady coldly, with a gloomy face. So what if I stop you? Do you think you're better than anyone? The Moon Lady said indifferently, I'm Heavenly Master Yuan from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. My cultivation is definitely above the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You should know that. However, the Divine Phoenix Continent's laws don't allow martial artists above the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm to appear. Therefore, my cultivation is temporarily suppressed. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Yuan Tianluan squinted his eyes and said coldly, Are you the only one whose cultivation is suppressed? The Moon Lady said in disdain, Little man, listen to me. Today, no one can stop you from killing those two scums. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop you, including the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Her voice was filled with adoration and dominance. She ignored everyone, including Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Hee, Sister Moon Lady, let's compete. Let's see if you can get rid of that old thing first, or if I can get rid of those two scums first. Ling Xiao grinned. He really didn't care about Dragon Phoenix Mountain. His eyes were on the Heaven's Chosen Sect. The White Tiger Continent was a place that he would have to cross sooner or later. If he was afraid of a sect in the White Tiger Continent, then he might as well quit. If he offended them, so be it. It wasn't like he hadn't offended anyone before. No problem. The Moon Maiden smiled, once again causing countless cultivators to fall head over heels for her. Unfortunately, her smile only lasted for a moment before it turned cold and ruthless. Ling Zhao's gaze returned to Yuan Peng and Mang Sheng. A cold, murderous intent surged out from within his body. Yuan Peng, what happened today had nothing to do with you. However, you ambushed me and even insulted my woman. I must settle this score. So what if your master is here? Even if you brought the entire Dragon Phoenix Mountain here, no one would be able to save you. Boa Sheng, not only did you sneak attack me, you also injured my brother and my friend Ji Luoyu. Afterwards, you colluded with Yuan Peng and tried to use the power of the Alliance Master to kill me. If I don't fool you, I swear I'm not human. Ling Xiao held the sword of light obliteration in his hand and shot towards Boa Sheng like a bolt of lightning. Right now, Mang Sheng was at his weakest state. He had to kill him first. Ling Xiao believed in the Moon Lady, in the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the Heavenly Dragon Continent. The Moon Lady was definitely an invincible existence. Unless someone could break the laws here, no one was a match for the Moon Lady. Therefore, what he needed to do now wasn't to care about the Moon Maiden, but to figure out how to kill the two of them. Of course, there was another reason for killing these two. Earlier in the Myriad Gate Array, the two of them might have seen him unleashing his martial soul. If he let the two of them live, his secret might be exposed to everyone. At that time, there would be more trouble. Therefore, regardless of the reason, Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng were doomed to die. The void trembled, and a terrifying killing intent filled the sky. The ferocious sword essence pierced towards Boa Sheng, causing Boa Sheng to fall into despair once again. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Boa Sheng, you piece of trash. Let's join forces. Do you think we're afraid of him? But he even killed the Alliance Master. You idiot! He must have used some trick to kill the Alliance Master. Moreover, can't you see that he's exhausted? This is an opportunity. These words woke up Boa Sheng from his despair. He stood up abruptly, and the demonic dragon behind him roared again. Yes, you're right. He's weak now. How can he kill us? Let's destroy him first. That's right. Let's attack together. Soon, Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng reached a strategic cooperation agreement. The two of them unleashed their martial souls at the same time and charged towards Ling Xiao. It's useless. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. The two of you are useless. You're no match for me even if you join forces. His first target was naturally still Boa Sheng. As for Yuan Peng, there was nothing to fear after he lost the Myriad Gate array. It would be easier to defend against him. Roar! The demonic dragon roared and pounced from behind Boa Sheng to devour Ling Xiao. The sword essence that filled the sky hit the demonic dragon's soul and made an ear-piercing roar. The demonic dragon's body trembled continuously. What are you waiting for, Yuan Peng? Boa Sheng roared. Yuan Peng nodded, and his body suddenly became huge. The black staff in his hand also became a 1,000-kilogram staff and smashed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still didn't look back. It was as if Yuan Peng's attack didn't exist at all. That's strange. His skeleton general should have been destroyed by the League Master. What means does he have to block Yuan Peng's attack? Puzzled voices came from the crowd. This person was right. Ling Xiao's skeleton general was destroyed, and it was impossible for it to recover in a short time. However, did he only have the eye of the tomb of the god of sin? Obviously not. Boom! The huge staff hit something, and the terrifying rebounding force actually made Yuan Peng's body, which was 4 to 5 meters long, retreat a few steps. He took a closer look and saw that it was actually a tall and big bronze troll. The bronze troll was holding a bronze spear in its hand. Mighty and domineering, tri-leaf demonic eyes, communication with the other world. Ling Xiao didn't forget this ability. The bronze troll blocked Yuan Peng's attack, and Ling Xiao didn't have to block it anymore. The light of the Sword of Light in his hand became even more dazzling and intense. Let's see who can save you now. Die, Boa Sheng. Rumble! The terrifying light tore the huge demonic dragon apart. The demonic dragon's body shattered, and it turned back into a black python. However, this wasn't the end. The terrifying sword light was still advancing unstoppably, and it completely tore the black python to shreds. There was nothing that could stop Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. Boa Sheng despaired again. Ling Xiao. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? Originally, he didn't have any grudges with Ling Xiao, but he just had to provoke that person. Now, the shadow of death completely enveloped his body. The terrifying sword intent completely stunned him. He couldn't even move. It was as if his whole body was fixed, and he could only accept the judgment of fate. Die! The sword light finally split Boa Sheng's body. The bright light completely turned Boa Sheng into nothingness. To Mang Sheng, this was a sword that he could not block. However, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He didn't even use much strength. Compared to him, Boa Sheng's strength was much greater. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, his combat strength was more powerful than a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist with 20% yin-yang essence energy. In addition, he had terrifying soul power. Boa Sheng was nothing. If Yuan Peng and the alliance leader hadn't interfered, Boa Sheng would have become a dead snake. Chapter 1553. Killed. The 4th-ranked python, Phoenix Boa Sheng, has been killed. Ji Tianming, Phoenix Cry Mountain, Gao Yangjun, Dark Current, Tomohiko Kuma, and now Boa Sheng. This guy is definitely the nemesis of geniuses. So many geniuses have died in his hands. The hearts of the people trembled again. However, Ling Zhao's face appeared very relaxed. It was as if killing Boa Sheng was just a trivial matter. It was as if Boa Sheng was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Yuan Peng was still in a life-and-death battle with the bronze troll. This made him very depressed. It also made the spectators feel incredulous. Generally speaking, even if a summoned creature was powerful, its combat skills still could not compare to a martial artist's. However, this bronze troll was like another Ling Xiao. Not only were its moves varied, but they were also extremely strange and cunning. Apart from the different attack methods, people even suspected that it was a second Ling Xiao. Including Yuan Peng and the spectating martial artists, they did not understand what was going on. Of course, they did not understand that Ling Xiao cultivated the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll. Not only could his soul leave his shell, but he could also split into dozens of souls to control different summoned creatures. At present, Ling Xiao's cultivation level of the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll was not high. He could already take care of one thing and another at the same time. Easily releasing dozens of souls with his main body's consciousness was not a problem at all. It seemed like the bronze troll was fighting, but in fact, it was Ling Xiao controlling the bronze troll's body. It would be strange if Yuan Peng could defeat the bronze troll. Tell me, how should I kill you? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng and mocked. You can't even defeat my summoned creature. How can you defeat me? My martial soul has the invincible Vajra ability. What can you do to me? Yuan Peng suddenly stopped fighting. The great ape king's martial soul fused with his body. Then, his body was wrapped in a layer of golden things that emitted a metallic luster. The bronze giant demon attacked many times, but all it did was make a loud rumbling sound. It was unable to break this golden armor-like thing, as expected of the jackals of the same tribe as the Alliance Master. Both of you like this kind of tortoise shell tactic. Ling Xiao sneered and said, but it seems that you can't fight in this state. So what? Since you can't break through my defense, you can't kill me. At this moment, Yuan Peng no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could preserve his life, he didn't care what methods he used. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because of this? If I can't, I'll burn you to death. Your invincible Vajra divine ability can't even resist high temperatures. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Then, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. Hellfire, burn! The terrifying black flames enveloped Yuan Peng, and in that instant, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot. As the flames continued to burn, the temperature continued to rise. Yuan Peng's face instantly turned pale. Let him go, and I won't pursue everything you've done before. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan roared. What was his relationship with Yuan Peng? Why did he care so much about him? His woman was dead, and he chose not to take revenge? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Yuan Tianluan, not only will he die today, but you will also die. I've seen enough of you self-righteous people. You wanted to kill me just now, so I'll kill you now. There's nothing wrong with that, right? He even wants to kill Yuan Tianluan. The crowd was shocked again. Originally, many people thought that the Moon Lady was only going to restrain Yuan Tianluan and then give Ling Xiao a chance to kill Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng, who knew that Ling Xiao would be so bold as to not even let Yuan Tianluan go. However, on second thought, if Yuan Tianluan wanted to kill him, why couldn't he kill Yuan Tianluan? Wasn't it normal to give him a taste of his own medicine? Yuan Peng, you're the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, the 8th genius of the Dragon Phoenix Top 10. Do you really want to be burned alive like this? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng, who was struggling in the flames, and revealed a disdainful smile. I don't care. I'll kill you however I want, but don't you think it's too humiliating to die like this? Don't think that anyone can save you. No matter who it is, you won't be able to survive today. Yuan Fei Huang is just a piece of trash in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, countless pairs of eyes were filled with shock. The eighth on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard didn't even have the courage to attack Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao was really that terrifying? The roaring ancient hell dragon behind Ling Xiao looked majestic and awe-inspiring. In Ling Xiao's hand, the light destroyer sword was still shining brightly. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a martial artist, but a legend that couldn't be fought. If you have the ability, don't use the hell dragon fire. I'll fight you fair and square. Yuan Peng finally couldn't take it anymore. The black flames had already caused him great pain. Although there was no problem now, as time passed, he was sure that he would be burned to ashes. That way of dying was too cowardly. You're smart, but what qualifications do you have to talk to me about demands? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng. He had no intention of withdrawing the hell dragon fire. He had always been unscrupulous when fighting with despicable people. Damn it, but do you think you can trap me like this? Yuan Peng was the eighth on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard after all. Naturally, his strength wouldn't be so weak. However, he wasn't willing to use some of his techniques, because once exposed, he might not have the chance to use them again. Magic treasure, mortal-grade spirit weapon, 9 dragons, heavenly fire shield. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield was a magic treasure that specialized in restraining fire. Of course, it was a general term for magic treasures, and was divided into many grades. In Yuan Peng's hand was a mortal-grade spirit weapon, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. As the magic treasure was summoned, 9 blue dragons soared into the sky, followed by a violent storm. Although the hell dragon fire wasn't extinguished, it was clearly much smaller. Yuan Peng took the opportunity to turn and flee. In the end, he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao. His first choice after escaping was to escape. Escape? You think you can escape? Body of light. Light speed godly excursion. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body turned into a beam of light. His speed was raised to the extreme. Son of light, bind. In an instant, Ling Xiao caught up to Yuan Peng. Then a ball of light separated from his body and turned into a huge tentacle that tightly bound Yuan Peng. Break for me. Yuan Peng used all his strength and finally shattered the Son of Light. However, even though the light was shattered, it was still light. The moment it shattered, it reconnected again. The most terrifying thing was that the closer Ling Xiao got, the stronger the Son of Light became. Yuan Peng couldn't break it for a while. Chapter 1554. Fury of the Great Ape King. Destroy. Destroy them all. Yuan Peng's explosive power increased once again. The martial soul of the Great Ape King had further merged with his body. In the battle with Ling Xiao, he had been constantly defeated, and his combat strength had increased unknowingly. However, it was all too late. Ling Xiao's sword of light destruction had already pierced his back and was aimed at his heart. If the sword pierced him, he would definitely die, and there would be nothing left. Block it for me. Yuan Peng had no time to escape. He could only turn around and swing his staff in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's attack. This strike of his was definitely not weak. However, Ling Xiao, who was holding the sword with both hands, was even more terrifying. Crack! Puff! The first sound was the sound of the black staff breaking. The second sound was the sound of Yuan Peng's arm being cut off. A shrill scream rang out in the void. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It was as swift as a ghost and appeared behind Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The crowd didn't even see clearly who the person who suddenly leaped out was. Die! It was only when the figure stopped moving and the sharp blade in his hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's back that everyone saw the person's appearance clearly. The first malefic star, He Yongbing. It's not surprising that he would attack. Other than him, all the geniuses of the Black Crow Empire have been killed. How could he tolerate Ling Xiao? But can he really kill Ling Xiao like this? After experiencing Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao, everyone had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Would He Yongbing's sneak attack really work? You're really stupid. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. He did not care about He Yongbing's sneak attack and directly stabbed his sword towards Yuan Peng. Once again, Yuan Peng was pierced by the sword. His body could no longer support itself and started to fall from the sky. At the same time, Ling Xiao's body was also pierced by black rock ice. I said you were stupid, but you didn't believe me. You know, I killed the sixth fiend. Do you really think you can kill me with such a method? This voice actually came from behind He Yaobing. At the same time, a shadow all pierced through He Yaobing's defenseless body. Gemini, martial spirit. That's impossible. If sixth brother's twin martial spirits didn't possess his body, he wouldn't be able to attack. He Yaobing looked at his chest in horror. There was a huge bloody hole there, and black flames were still burning. He knew that there was no hope for him. However, he didn't understand. Wasn't the Gemini martial spirits just a means to save his life? His twin martial souls can attack, but mine can't? You're too naive. Ling Xiao looked at He Yaobing with disdain. The person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list should have had a glorious future. Yet, he was killed so easily. Who knew whose sorrow it was? I can't accept this. A shrill and angry roar resounded in the sky. He Yaobing's body was finally completely incinerated in a ball of black flames. Ling Xiao is too strange. Yeah, it's fine if he's strong, but he's so crafty. Who can kill him? Even the person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list was killed by him in one move. Do the others still have a chance? In the crowd, many warriors were trembling with fear. Once upon a time, they had also treated Ling Xiao as a stepping stone for a meteoric rise. Because if they killed Ling Xiao, they would be put in an important position by the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, now it seemed that it was simply wishful thinking. Facing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. Raven Queen sat there, her body trembling violently. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She was furious, yet helpless. Dead. They were all dead. Her son, Tomohiko Kuma, and the number 1 fiend, He Yaobing, whom she valued the most, were killed by Ling Xiao just like that. I'm going to kill you. Raven Queen charged forward without hesitation. Uffed. Blood splattered everywhere in the sky. What welcomed Raven Queen was a black longsword. The demon wine sword attacked. How could he watch Raven Queen deal with Ling Xiao without doing anything? Ling Xiao's performance today had given him too many surprises. It made him even more certain that his previous thoughts were correct. Helping Ling Xiao was helping himself, and he would be able to save Ji Lingwei from that place. The Black Crow Empire is finished. The crowd shook their heads. This time, the Black Crow Empire only sent so many people, and in the end, all of them died in the dragon-slaying forest. Even if the Black Crow Empire still had experts, they would not be able to recover for a long time. While everyone was shocked by the deaths of He Yaobing and Raven Queen, Ling Xiao was not idle. The terrifying sword Radiance was like a demon chasing after souls, and it instantly reached Yuan Peng's side. At this moment, Yuan Peng had not even landed on the ground. No, Yuan Peng's eyes were filled with anger, shock, regret, and other complicated emotions. However, so what? Time could not be reversed. Everything could not be reversed. From the moment he sneaked an attack on Ling Xiao and insulted Ling Xiao's woman, he was destined to end up like this. No one could save him. He had a good plan. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before he could because Ling Xiao had grown too quickly. However, he neglected a problem. Was he the only one who thought of such a thing? Obviously not. Many people had seen Ling Xiao's outstanding talent and wanted to kill him in the cradle. Unfortunately, no one succeeded in the end. Boom. It was another death without a corpse. The burning ashes floated in the air above the killing dragon forest. Countless people were terrified when they saw this scene. Ling Xiao had really killed him, and he had really succeeded. He had killed Yuan Tianluan's disciple under the nose of the Dragon Phoenix Mountains expert. 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list, 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he had been killed like an ant. If Ling Xiao's name was not on the Dragon Phoenix list, would it still be considered authoritative? Many people were doubtful. Zhongyu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao and clenched his fists tightly. He was 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, did he really have the ability to kill Ling Xiao? He used to be full of confidence, but now he actually began to doubt himself. It was just an experience of watching a battle. Ji Huangtian looked calm, but his heart was still in turmoil. "Grandfather, I'm afraid I can't kill Ling Xiao for you." "Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. To kill Ling Xiao, my cultivation must surpass the Moon Maiden. Otherwise, it's impossible." Ji Huangtian shook his head and said indifferently, "Let's go back, grandfather. I'll keep today's grudge in my heart for the time being. I still have to return to the Zhengyi school. But don't worry, I'll avenge you sooner or later." He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but he could also see that it was impossible to kill Ling Xiao under the protection of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword. Even Yuan Tianluan couldn't do it, so what could he do? With a sigh, Ji Ruolong nodded and left the killing dragon forest in a daze. Chapter 1555. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia from the Phoenix Academy. The two of them wisely chose not to deal with Ling Xiao. Although they were the weakest among the 10 Phoenix sons, they were the ones who survived in the end. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony, extremely ironic. "Sister Moon Maiden, I've already dealt with these guys. You haven't dealt with that old man yet." Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the battle between the Moon Maiden and Yuan Tianluan and asked with a smile. He still hadn't forgotten about Yuan Tianluan. He wanted everyone to remember that even the inner sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain would die if they offended him. He didn't believe that no one would remember such a bloody lesson. Right away, the Moon Maiden was getting faster and faster. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's body was covered in wounds. He didn't understand why he was so weak in front of the Moon Maiden despite having the same cultivation. It was still okay for the first 100 moves. After 100 moves, he started to get injured. After 200 moves, he was only thinking about how to escape. However, the Moon Maiden obviously wouldn't give him the chance. At the 296th move, the Moon Maiden hit Yuan Tianluan's vital point with her palm and severely injured him. "Little man, I'll leave him to you." The Moon Maiden looked at Yuan Tianluan, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Then she said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and went to Yuan Tianluan's side. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's aura was about to be exhausted. His face was pale and the vitality in his body was quickly fading. If someone treated him, he would definitely be able to survive. After all, he was an Yin-Yang Realm Level 5 expert. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's eyes were filled with regret. If he knew that the Moon Maiden was so powerful, he wouldn't have come. in the White Tiger mainland. He was confident that he was stronger than the Moon Maiden. But now it was too late. His life was in danger. Moreover, he had to watch his disciple, who was also his illegitimate son, being killed by Ling Xiao. Speaking of tragic, it was truly tragic. But who was the one who caused all of this? If he hadn't come up with the idea of letting his wife be the leader of the Divine Phoenix mainland and host the Dragon Phoenix selection to attack the geniuses of the Divine Phoenix mainland, if he hadn't let his son sneak into the Phoenix Academy and become Yuan Fei Huangzi, if his wife hadn't targeted Ling Xiao, if his son hadn't ambushed Ling Xiao, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. It was a pity that things could not be reversed. What had happened was what had happened. No one could change it. At this moment, no one could and dared to save him. Even the martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain did not dare to rashly come. This damned law of the profound world made it so that martial artists who had surpassed the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm were unable to display their true strength. No one would risk coming to the Divine Phoenix continent for him. At this moment, he only felt despair and regret. Ling Xiao looked at the old man indifferently. His cold gaze did not have the slightest hint of pity or sympathy. You think you can look down on me just because you're an expert of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? You can kill me just because you want to? You didn't allow me to kill Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng. You were so arrogant, as if you were ordering a dog. But now, don't you look like a dying dog? Ling Xiao's voice was filled with sarcasm and mockery. He wanted to kill him just because of a disagreement. Did such a person really treat him as a human? Since the other party didn't treat him as a human, why should he sympathize with him? Yuan Tianluan didn't argue. There was no need for that. Everything Ling Xiao said was the truth. He admitted his defeat. However, he didn't want to die. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The grudge between us can be written off. I'll arrange for you to cultivate in Dragon Phoenix mainland. That way, no one will dare to bully you and your future will be even brighter." There's no need for that. I've never been afraid of others bullying me. I'll kill whoever dares to bully me, just like Boa Sheng, Yuan Peng, and you. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "As for my future, I really don't need you to worry about it. I have my own path to walk. Even if this path is full of thorns, I'll just cut it open. Today you must die. When you were strong, you wanted to kill me. Now, it's my turn to stand on the strong side. Do you think I'll let you go?" The crowd nodded. Ling Xiao had never really relied on any power. Starting from the Sky Dragon Continent's Tianfeng City's Ling family, he was the one who saved these powers. First, when the Ling family was surrounded, he stood out and saved the Ling family from being destroyed. Now, the Ling family was also a rich and powerful family in the Sky Dragon Continent. Then it was Master Baiyun. This person didn't like him at all and didn't value him. It was only when he was betrayed by his disciple that he truly saw him in a new light. As for him, not only did he kill Master Baiyun's enemy and save Master Baiyun's daughter, he even helped Master Baiyun find his lost wisdom. After that, it was Yuehua School and Sacred Dynasty. When it came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Qingshu College became what it was today because of him. He never relied on any power. He only helped his own power. Did such a person need Dragon Phoenix Mountain? There was really no need. Yuan Tianluan looked up and sighed. His voice was filled with endless desolation and regret. But what was the use? Some things couldn't be undone once they were done wrong. Do it. He had nothing else to say. He only hated himself for thinking too highly of himself. He actually came all the way to the Divine Phoenix continent to die. He was really unlucky. Just die peacefully. Go down and accompany your wife and son. Don't let them do anything stupid. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, a crimson sun all had already pierced through Yuan Tianluan's forehead. to completely kill a Yin Yang realm martial artist, one had to destroy their soul realm. Otherwise, who knew if they would revive? Yuan Tianluan's eyes were wide open. His eyes were still filled with regret and helplessness. However, he had already lost all signs of life. Another fifth-level Yin Yang realm martial artist had died. If Ling Xiao had killed Yuan Peng, Boa Sheng, and Tomohiko Kuma, it wasn't much. After all, they were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. However, killing two fifth-level Yin Yang realm martial artists consecutively was too shocking. If word got out, it would probably scare people to death. Just like before, Ling Xiao took Yuan Tianluan's storage ring. Including this storage ring, he had already obtained at least 5 storage rings today. Of course, the most valuable one was probably this one, and the one in the female leader's hand. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm definitely had good stuff in their storage rings. Let's go, Sister Moon Maiden. There's no need to participate in this Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll think of another way for the White Tiger meat. After killing Yuan Tianluan, Ling Xiao was completely disappointed in this Dragon Phoenix selection. The so-called alliance to choose the true geniuses to compete with the White Tiger continent's geniuses to defend the glory of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, looking at it now, it was simply a huge joke. Chapter 1556. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the so-called Dragon Phoenix selection had been used by some big shots as an opportunity to eliminate dissidents. If my little man isn't qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet, I'll go and destroy this so-called event. The Moon Lady sneered. Then, she left the dragon-slaying forest with everyone from Qingshu College. After they all left, the atmosphere calmed down a little. However, many people were still in shock and couldn't recover from the shock. Ling Xiao came and killed dozens of genius martial artists, including He Yanbing, who was ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, as well as Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. The most terrifying thing was that he even killed 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. Everyone could understand Yuan Tianluan's death. After all, it was the Moon Lady who killed him. However, what happened to the female leader? Many people couldn't figure it out. What method did Ling Xiao use to kill her? The only people who might know the truth, Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng, were killed by Ling Xiao. This became a mystery that could never be solved. However, Ling Xiao's power and terror were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Are we still going to continue? Finally, Dan Feng, who was ranked 1st on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, spoke. Of course. Without Ling Xiao, could it be that the Dragon Phoenix selection is not going to continue? Zhong Yu Huang gritted his teeth. It's not just Ling Xiao. Ji Huangtian is gone too. Dan Feng said indifferently. To be honest, I'm very disappointed with the Dragon Phoenix selection today. It's a waste of time. If I have the time, I might as well play a killing game with the experts from the White Tiger continent. He stood up and glanced at Patriarch Changle. Patriarch, I'm bored. I want to go back. If you want to leave, then leave. The Dragon Phoenix selection has indeed been ruined. The Everlasting Joy ancestor side. In today's Dragon Phoenix selection, Ling Xiao had been in the limelight. Now that Ling Xiao had left, if the others were to continue, they would feel like newbies pecking at each other. It was meaningless. Senior brother, if you want to leave, then there's no need for me to stay. MOU, ranked 7th on the Dragon Phoenix list, was also a disciple of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Let's disperse too. It's boring. Zhu Tianlin also stood up and looked at the people of Tianpeng Immortal Island behind him. For a time, many people were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. After all, to them, Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. No matter how the following battle turned out, they would always feel a little dull. Stop! Feng Ming-Qishan, who was sitting high up in the imperial family's seat, suddenly stood up and said coldly, "Why? Does Crown Prince Qishan still plan to continue this Dragon Phoenix selection?" Zhu Xiaozong of Tianpeng Immortal Island, who was ranked 6th on the Dragon Phoenix list, asked coldly, "Forget about the Dragon Phoenix selection. Ling Xiao has already stolen the limelight, so there's no point in it. What this king wants to talk about now is another matter." He sneered as he looked at the people from the Five Immortals Island and the Martial Grandmaster Island. Then he waved his hand gently. Armored soldiers rushed over from all directions and surrounded the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and they all looked at Feng Ming-Chi Mountain angrily. "Junior, what are you trying to do?" Ancestor Changle asked coldly. "What am I trying to do? It's very simple. Your Five Immortals Island has ruled this world for too long. It's time to change people. From today onwards, the Five Immortals Island and the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island will all belong to the Divine Phoenix Empire. And the new emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire will be me, Feng Ming-Chi Mountain." Feng Ming-Chi Mountain said domineeringly, not putting anyone in his eyes, including Feng Yinshan and the Black and White Elders. "You're simply courting death. Do you think you're Ling Xiao?" To be inconsolable, Feng Ming-Chi Mountain had already had enough of Ling Xiao's attitude. Now, that Feng Ming-Chi Mountain actually stood up and spoke to them seniors like this. How could she tolerate it? "That's right, Feng Ming-Chi Mountain. Is your brain filled with shit? Ling Xiao has the Moon Lady and the Demon Wine Sword. What do you have? I don't think the Black and White Elders and Senior Feng Ming Xiao will let you mess around with this matter, right?" Zhongyu Huangquan also said angrily, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, could it be that he didn't even have the qualifications to leave? He was also holding back a bellyful of anger. Feng Mingxiao and the Black and White Elders also looked at Feng Ming-Chi Mountain, shocked by this young man's actions. If he just wanted to be in the limelight, there was no need to offend so many people at once, right? Qi Mountain apologized to the seniors. Feng Mingxiao said coldly, "Apologize? Is this what you, a senior of the Ice Phoenix clan, should say? Divine Phoenix Empire has already fallen. Five Immortal Island has also fallen. It's really shameful to be turned upside down by a Ling Xiao. Since you guys can't do it, then let me take control of everything. I will make Divine Phoenix Empire the strongest empire in the profound world." Feng Ming-Chi Mountain declared like a madman. These words attracted a burst of laughter from the crowd. Although everyone knew that Feng Ming-Chi Mountain was powerful, no matter how powerful he was only ranked 5th on the Dragon Phoenix list. He wasn't even as high as Zhongyu Huangquan's ranking. Even if he could defeat Zhongyu Huangquan, he couldn't be arrogant in front of those seniors. The laughter stopped abruptly. A strange sound of armor colliding suddenly rang out. Then there was boundless killing intent. Kill everything. Destroy everything. A terrifying aura filled the air above the killing dragon forest, causing everyone's expression to become ugly. How could this be? To be inconsolable, Feng Ming-Chi Mountain's martial spirit was so cold that it made people tremble. Killing God Whiteblade, his martial spirit, is actually one of the 12 immortals killing God Whiteblade, one of the 12 strongest warriors who fought side by side with the human king in the past. Rumor has it that Whiteblade once slaughtered millions of beasts in one battle. At that time, blood flowed like a river. Even the river was dyed red with blood and cut off by the corpses. That battle established the name of killing god Whiteblade. At the same time, because of this, his name caused countless beasts to tremble in fear. At least you guys are tactful, recognizing the killing god White Blade martial spirit. Feng Ming Chi Mountain looked coldly at Zhong Yu Huang Quan, and to be inconsolable. Are you guys convinced? Are you kidding? Even if you have the killing god White Blade martial spirit, do you think we are afraid of you? To be inconsolable was a third-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Although she was not as strong as the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword, it would be too embarrassing if she knelt down and begged for mercy in front of Feng Ming Chi Mountain. Is that so? Then you can experience what killing intent is. Feng Ming Chi Mountain sneered. The martial spirit behind him suddenly disappeared and appeared in the square formation of the Permitha Immortal Island. Stop him! To be inconsolable roared furiously as she gathered the yin-yang origin energy in her body to resist the terrifying martial spirit. Kill! 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 The killing god's voice sounded like he was chanting scriptures, every word made to be inconsolable, and Zhong Yu Huang Quan feel a splitting headache. Bang! Zhong Yu Huang Quan only touched the boundless killing intent, and his body was sent flying. Then his face turned pale, and he spat out blood. It was as if his body was infected by a plague, and he could not use any strength. Chapter 1557. Under Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan's attacks, the other disciples of the Permitha Immortal Island had their meridians severed, and their bodies were mangled as if they had been torn apart by countless sword chis. Blood splattered everywhere, but Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan had no intention of showing any mercy. Enough! To be inconsolable suddenly shouted. Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan asked coldly. My Permitha Immortal Island is willing to join the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. To be inconsolable actually knelt on one knee and said with a pale face. In just one exchange, she knew that everyone had underestimated Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan. What Ling Xiao? In front of Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, he was not even worth mentioning. This guy was the real terror. He was not even 30 years old, but he had the strength of the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword, coupled with that terrifying martial soul. Who could be his match? If they did not submit now, did they want to be completely wiped out? Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan and domineering Dao looked at to be inconsolable and nodded in satisfaction. However, this matter did not end here. In the square formation of the Permitha Immortal Island, miserable screams sounded again. It was not that someone was killed, but that a bloody Phoenix Cry character had appeared on the faces of the surviving martial artists. This meant that they would become the private property of Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, to be inconsolable, and the others were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, they had no way to deal with him. What about you? Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan looked at the other factions. Blackwater Immortal Island is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. Phoenix Academy is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. Righteous Alliance is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chi-Shan Crown Prince. In addition to the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Qingshu Academy, among all the forces present, only 3 parties did not take Feng Ming Chi-Shan's words seriously. Changle Immortal Island, Canopy Immortal Island, and the Fire Phoenix Tribe. Hee, not bad, not bad. Brother Chi-Shan, you didn't waste your time cultivating all these years. Your cultivation base is so ferocious. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. However, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. No one can make it submit. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, most of the martial artists didn't even dare to say a word. Even Ancestor Changle and Zhu Tianlin were trembling with fear. The reason why they were not willing to pledge their loyalty to Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was because they did not want to be used as a tool by Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. He didn't want to lose his dignity either. However, Dan Feng smiled so calmly, as if the terrifying cultivation of Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain didn't make him feel the slightest bit of surprise or fear. Uncle Zhu, let's go together. Dan Feng squinted at Zhu Tianlin and said with a smile, Leave? Where do you want to go? Feng Ming Qishan stared at Dan Feng, releasing his terrifying aura once again. But this time, it was aimed at Dan Feng. However, no matter how terrifying and powerful the aura of Phoenix Cry Qishan was, Dan Feng only smiled faintly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It's not good for you to offend me, Dan Feng said with a smile. I'm not in the mood to compete with Brother Qishan for supremacy, but don't push me too far. Boom. Then, he struck out with his palm. It seemed soft and powerless, but the palm wind in the void seemed to have turned into a monstrous wave that crushed toward Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. The two of them exchanged blows. Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain frowned and said, You are indeed very strong. It seems that I won't be able to get the first place on the Dragon Phoenix list for the time being. Of course, I'm very strong, Dan Feng said with a smile, then really left with the people of Changle Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island. Now, they were allies. Yinshan, what's your choice? Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain looked at Feng Yinshan and asked, I'm just the crown prince elected by the Fire Phoenix tribe. The ones with the real power are the two ancestors. Ask them. As long as they are willing to submit to you, I have no objections. Feng Yinshan looked calm and composed, and there was not the slightest bit of panic in his expression. Emperor, you can be the emperor, but don't think that our Fire Phoenix tribe will become your slave. Black and white elders said coldly, Sure, you can leave. Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain did not pressure the Fire Phoenix tribe into a desperate situation. It seemed that this guy also had some things that he was afraid of. Then he looked at the remaining people and said, The era of the Five Immortal Island has passed. This era is not called Ling Shao, but Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. This is my era, my stage. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. In the crowd, someone took the lead and shouted, Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Then more and more people followed suit and shouted. Originally, the Divine Phoenix Empire used a competition to determine the position of the emperor. But this time, Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain acted domineeringly. With his terrifying strength, he intimidated the Blackwater Immortal Island, Spider Shore Immortal Island, Seven Marshall Sect Island, and countless small countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. Even Feng Yinshan completely admitted defeat in front of him. The incident that happened later in the dragon-slaying forest had a great impact on Ling Shao. He understood that he still had a long way to go. The current him was definitely not a match for Phoenix, Cry Chi Mountain, and Dan Feng. Therefore, he had to use an even crueler method to train himself. What do you plan to do? Moon Maiden asked. Head to the Black Crow Empire. While dealing with this tough bone, I can also train myself better. Ling Shao replied. Do you want me to go with you? Moon Maiden asked again. No need. With Sister Moon Maiden by my side, I'm afraid I'll never be able to grow. Ling Shao smiled and said, Moreover, this trip to the Black Crow Empire is a secret. Sister Moon Maiden, you're too eye-catching. It's better if I go alone. No matter what, you can't go alone. At the very least, you have to bring Cold Plum with you. Moon Maiden said. All right, since Sister Moon Maiden has said so, I'll listen to you. Ling Shao also wanted someone to accompany him. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do many things. Since he had made the decision, he and Cold Plum quietly set off on the same day. On the way to the capital of the Black Crow Empire, Black Crow City, yellow sand filled the sky. The environment was extremely harsh. When Ling Shao was chasing Tomohiko Kuma, he had walked through this path. However, he had not stepped into the worst place. Even though he had powerful soul power and the Tai Chi eye, the terrifying black sandstorm in the desert caused him and Cold Plum to lose their way time and time again. There seems to be an oasis over there. There are people. After dodging the terrifying black sandstorm, Ling Xiao relied on his amazing intuition to find an oasis with a few living figures. These days, they had not seen a single living person. There were only some monsters that resided in the desert. Of course, those monsters were not much of a problem for them. With their cultivation, they could easily deal with them. Under the harsh environment, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's cultivation slowly improved. Ling Xiao broke through to the half-step yin-yang realm and finally grasped 10% of the yin-yang origin energy. Cold Plum grasped 30% of the yin-yang origin energy. If their current strength was compared to the Dragon Phoenix selection, it would be even more shocking. Chapter 1558. Yin and Yang Yuan Qi was a very special thing. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his moves would be even more terrifying when he used it. Seeing Ling Xiao and Long Mei coming over, the few people who were originally relaxed quickly formed a battle formation and looked at the two of them vigilantly. There were 6 people in total, 2 women and 4 men. They had the typical dark skin of warriors from the Black Crow Empire. Even the women were the same. There were 2 kinds of beauty in women. One was a beautiful vase. The other was a powerful warrior. Obviously, the 2 dark-skinned foreign beauties in front of them had a fighting strength that could not be underestimated. Of course, they were not a threat to Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are warriors who went to Black Crow City to study. We encountered a black sandstorm and got lost. Don't be nervous. We are just asking for directions. Because they were not afraid of the other party, they were calm when they asked questions. Seeing Ling Xiao coming over, the 5 people looked at Ling Xiao. The other party did not seem to feel any hostility from Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, so they relaxed a little. One of the women stepped forward, but the remaining 5 people were still vigilant. After all, it was possible to meet any kind of people in the Black Desert. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. These people obviously liked the life in the Black Desert, so they were also vigilant. Black Crow City is quite far from here. If you need a guide, we can help, but not for free. You know, it's not easy for us to hunt in the Black Desert. The woman said with a smile. Her words were meticulous and sounded reasonable. After all, if you asked for help, it would be unreasonable if you were not willing to give anything. Is spiritual stones okay? Ling Xiao asked. He knew that he could not show off his wealth, but he was not afraid of these people. Of course, if you want us to take you out of the Black Desert, the guide and bodyguard fee will be 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you want to go directly to Black Crow City, the fee will be doubled. The woman said, "Deal." Ling Xiao was very straightforward. Seeing how straightforward Ling Xiao was, the woman relaxed and said, "My name is Lan. I hope that you can pay a 20% deposit first. How about it?" No problem. For Ling Xiao, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. He would not haggle over this kind of thing. Not to mention the other person's request was also very reasonable. After paying 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the 2 sides reached the initial agreement. The 5 of them also put down their weapons, and their expressions became somewhat friendly. It seemed like they often relied on this to earn money in the Black Desert. It was not a bad choice. After a short rest in the oasis, they set off. Lan didn't say much. She didn't even ask about the background of Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Anyway, she was just doing her job for money. There was no need to dig out their 8 generations of ancestors. But on the way, Lan told Ling Xiao a very important thing. Since the death of Raven Queen and Prince Tomohiko Kuma, the empire has been in chaos. Various forces have risen, and the warlords have been fighting constantly. The place we are in belongs to the Black Desert General. Be careful. If you meet his people, try to avoid them. Otherwise, we can't help you. The Black Desert General? Ling Xiao was really unfamiliar with the Black Crow Empire. He didn't know who this Black Desert General was, or how strong he was. But looking at Lan's expression, she was really afraid of this person. The Black Desert General won't take the initiative to attack passers-by, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No matter what, he was once a general of the empire. Ha ha! A man sneered, as if he thought Ling Xiao's question was very naive. Lan sighed and said, in order to obtain a large number of military bearings, not to mention passers-by, even the people under his jurisdiction have become the targets of plundering. He is very cruel. There was once a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix Empire to the Black Crow City who was met. The man was stewed into meat soup, and the woman was turned into a military prostitute. He is even more terrifying than a bandit. How barbaric! Ling Xiao had seen many cruel people. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, it was rare to see people stewing soup. It seemed that this Black Desert General was really cruel and ruthless. He had to deal with it. In Ling Xiao's opinion, this Black Desert would sooner or later be the territory of the Heavenly Empire. If a guy like the Black Desert General was allowed to exist, then he would probably turn this place into hell. Do you know where the Black Desert General lives? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Lan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said earnestly, young man, don't think that you can be a hero just because you have some strength. That's a very stupid way of doing things. The Black Desert General is incomparably powerful. In this generation, there is no match for him. Not to mention that he still has 4 fierce generals under him, each of them incomparably powerful. Even his dozen or so sons are all experts. No matter who you meet, you won't be a match for him. Don't worry, I won't look for him. I'm just thinking about how to avoid him. Ling Xiao laughed. Follow us. If you're lucky, it's easy to avoid him. Lan did not speak anymore. Instead, he vigilantly observed the surroundings and carefully advanced. There's someone. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked ahead warily. Lan and the others were puzzled. They didn't see anyone. Young man, you're too cowardly. Don't listen to the wind and rain. One of the dark-skinned men, holding a strange spear, continued to walk forward as if he wanted to scout the way. However, at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the sand. Dozens of scimitars looked at the dark-skinned man. No matter how strong that person was, in the face of this sudden attack, he couldn't save his life and was instantly chopped into meat paste. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. He had reminded the other party, but the other party didn't listen. What could he do? Damn it, it's the bandits. Prepare to fight. Lan seemed to be the leader. When she saw her companions being killed, although she was sad, she instantly threw herself into battle. However, before they were ready to fight, an even more terrifying sound of horse hooves came, followed by the rolling black sand. Lan's calm face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on and looked up. The people galloping over from afar were all regular troops riding black war horses. After they arrived, without saying a word, they launched an attack on the dozens of bandits. Their powerful combat strength was fully displayed at this moment, instantly killing the bandits. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel that these people were here to help them. These people's eyes were filled with greed. After the crazy killing, it was time to plunder. Not a single piece of the bandits' clothes and belongings were left behind. It felt like they were the real bandits. Chapter 1559. Oh no, it's General Scorpion under General, hey Mo. We're really unlucky. We don't want to encounter anything, but we have to encounter it. Alan's face was a little pale, as if he had not expected this situation to happen. In fact, Ling Xiao had already guessed it without him saying it. Other than General He Mo and his subordinates, there seemed to be no one else who could run amok here. After General Scorpion killed dozens of bandits and plundered their belongings, he turned his gaze to Ling Xiao and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Alan, and he chuckled. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Golden Condor mercenary group. The Scorpion general looked at Alan with a hint of greed and a hint of fear in his eyes. It seemed that the Golden Condor mercenary group that Alan belonged to was not weak. Otherwise, General Scorpion would not be afraid. He would have made a move long ago. How could he stand there and joke? General Scorpion, we're only here to hunt in the Black Desert. If you need it, we'll give you all our belongings. After all, General Hayemo is the guardian of the Black Desert. With him around, our Golden Condor mercenary group can prosper. Of course, these words were just flattery. Ling Xiao could understand Alan's approach. When encountering someone stronger than him, he could only do this. The key was to save his life first before he could talk about anything else. Otherwise, if he lost his life, he would have nothing. However, sometimes not only would this not make the other party let you go, but it might also make the other party even more arrogant and greedy. He. It seems that you're quite obedient. Unfortunately, I don't only want your belongings. I also want your people. General Scorpion's gaze swept over Cold Plum and Alan. After a while, he smiled and said, "Brothers, let's do it." Capture the 3 women alive and kill the rest of the men on the spot. It was obvious that Alan's surrender did not gain General Scorpion's sympathy. Instead, it made him even more greedy. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. If it were him, he would only have one choice in such a situation, and that was to kill. Even if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to capture the leader first and make the other party retreat. Otherwise, if he retreated a foot, the other party would retreat 10 feet. This was called give an inch, and you want a mile. Moreover, he was now much stronger than the other party, so why would he be afraid of these fellows? Pooh! A shadow all shot out from Ling Xiao's hand. Other than Cold Plum, no one else noticed. The shadow all pierced through the shadows and accurately pierced the Scorpion general's throat. The arrogant and despotic general had now become a corpse. The soldiers who were planning to surround and kill Ling Xiao, and the others suddenly stopped when they saw their general killed. An expert! There must be an expert. Before they could come back to their senses, a few more people suddenly died inexplicably. No one noticed that there was a terrifying crocodile in the Black Desert. Run! So what if they were a regular army? After following a scum like the Black Desert General for a long time, he would soon become a bandit. After a few people died, mysteriously, they didn't have the courage to continue staying. One by one, they turned their horses around and fled madly into the distance. Alan turned back to look at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, but didn't find anything strange. She felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what had happened. She could only say to Ling Xiao, "You too, the Scorpion General has been killed. The Black Desert General will definitely not let this go. We plan to return to the mercenary group first and can't escort you too. You can take back the spirit stones first. It's okay. We can go with you to your Golden Eagle mercenary group first. In this wilderness, if we encounter the Black Desert General's men again, we'll die without a burial place." Ling Xiao said hurriedly. He appeared very anxious, as weak as a little sheep that was about to be abandoned. "In that case, let's speed up. Alan seemed to be a kind-hearted girl. She couldn't bear to leave Ling Xiao and Cold Plum to die. Moreover, she had just received other people's spirit stones. If she didn't do something, she would be letting down those spirit stones. Alan, how terrifying is the Black Desert General? On the way, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. He needed to figure out the enemy's strength. In this way, when he made a move, he would have a better sense of propriety so that his identity would not be exposed. The Black Desert General's strength is at 30% of the half-step yin-yang realm. As for the four fierce generals under him, their cultivations are at 10% of the half-step yin-yang realm. I don't know what killed the Scorpion General. There are some strange monsters in the Black Desert that I can't identify. In the Black Desert General's army, the weakest cultivator is at the Celestial Realm. Their powerful strength allows them to run amok in the Black Desert. When Alan said this, she felt her body trembling. What about the Golden Eagle Mercenary Group? I just felt that the Scorpion General seemed to be a little afraid of you. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Ling Xiao asked, just a little. The Scorpion General's cultivation is similar to our leader's. It's just that he suffered a loss at the hands of our leader, but it was just a little loss. Alan smiled bitterly. After we return to the mercenary group, the two of you can leave. I'm afraid the Golden Eagle Mercenary Group is doomed this time. Why? You didn't kill the Scorpion General. Ling Xiao asked. It doesn't matter whether we killed him or not. The Black Desert General has been coveting the Golden Eagle Mercenary Group for a long time. He wants to take us in, but our leader is arrogant and unwilling to cooperate. The Black Desert General once sent the Scorpion General to destroy us, but we defeated him. He has been suppressing his anger. He will definitely take this opportunity to denounce us. Alan sighed helplessly. Your leader must have something to rely on. Otherwise, the Black Desert General would have destroyed you long ago, right? Ling Xiao asked. Alan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, I didn't expect young master to be so smart. Yes, our leader has a golden eagle left behind by his father. Its strength is comparable to the Black Desert General's, so he won't dare to attack easily. It's just that the golden eagle is not in good condition recently and is always groggy. The Black Desert General will definitely take this opportunity to attack. Ling Xiao lowered his head and pondered. The reason why the Golden Eagle was not in good condition should be related to the Black Desert General. There was a spy in the Golden Eagle Mercenary Group. He thought so in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Everyone continued to move forward. Not long after, they saw a sand castle made of black sand and yellow soil. The size was not big, but it looked quite majestic. On the sand castle, a golden eagle flag was hanging. It was very mighty. All right, the two of you can leave now. We can't let you get involved in the battle between the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Eagle Mercenary Group. Alan stopped in his tracks and said seriously, Chapter 1560. Why should we leave? Ling Xiao asked. Alan sighed and said, Not everyone thinks like me. I took your spirit stones and didn't want you to get involved in this dispute. But once you step into the Golden Condor Mercenary Group, it's different. You might be in danger. Although Alan did not explain what kind of danger there would be, Ling Xiao could tell. Of course, he knew that there were not many kind-hearted people like Alan in this world. Most of them were deceitful people who only schemed for their own interests. Perhaps the people of the Golden Condor Mercenary Group would really betray him to save their lives. However, it was because of this that he decided to stay. As mentioned before, the Black Desert, and perhaps even the entire Black Raven Empire, would become his sooner or later. Since there were parasites around, he had to get rid of them first. In fact, after he went to Black Crow City. Jining had already ordered Xie to lead the army into the Black Desert. Xie lived in the Black Desert and was naturally very familiar with this area. It was best for her to lead the army. If Ling Xiao could get rid of the trouble on this road, Xie progress into the Black Desert would be faster. The Divine Phoenix Empire could only be in a stalemate for the time being. After all, Phoenix Cry Chishan was a domineering king. It was not realistic to get rid of them for the time being. However, if they invaded and swallowed the Black Crow Empire first, the Celestial Empire would have strategic depth on the Divine Phoenix continent, and their advantage would be greater. Ling Xiao did not forget what he was here for this time. If the Golden Condor mercenary group really tried to betray him, he would not mind getting rid of them to avoid trouble in the future. Alan, did you bring a distinguished guest? Just as Alan was about to persuade him, a head popped out from the sand castle. The guy had dark skin and was 2 meters tall. His terrifying muscles were taut and full of strength. Deputy Leader. Alan sighed helplessly. Now, even if Ling Xiao wanted to leave, it would be difficult for him to do so. Their vice captain was called Ebony Bald Eagle. He was strong and had a vicious personality. He was not inferior to the Black Desert General. His strength was on par with the leader, Ebony Golden Eagle. Moreover, the two of them were blood brothers. In the Golden Eagle mercenary group, their status was very high. They are 2 friends I met in the Black Desert. They were going to Black Raven City to study, but got lost. Alan could only tell him everything in detail. Then what are you waiting for? Let our honorable guests in. The Golden Condor mercenary group is a hospitable place. The Ebony Condor said with a smile. However, this smile made people feel a little uncomfortable. Others might not be able to sense it, but Ling Xiao could feel it very clearly. Following Alan into the sand castle, many members of the mercenary corps looked at the 2 strangers curiously. In terms of appearance, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were quite different from these people. Therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be regarded as a rare object. Lon, didn't you guys go hunting? Why don't I see any prey? The Ebony Condor glanced at Alan and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Also, when you went out, there were 6 of you. Why did you come back with 1 less? Did something happen? We met the Scorpion General. Alan sighed and said, one of our warriors was killed. The Scorpion General. Hearing this name, the people who were watching Ling Xiao and Cold Plum suddenly gasped and looked at Alan one by one. Panic began to spread throughout the sand castle. Everyone began to be on edge. You met the Scorpion General and came back alive? The Ebony Condor asked coldly. Vice Captain, it's strange. The Scorpion General was attacked by some monster and died in the Black Desert. That's why we were lucky to come back. Alan still didn't understand how the Scorpion General died and what kind of attack the people who followed the Scorpion General encountered. I only saw a strange black shadow. It looked like the crocodile in the Oasis Lake, but bigger and scarier. Nonsense. Men, arrest this woman and the 2 strangers. How dare they attack the Scorpion General? This is putting the Golden Condor mercenaries in danger. The Ebony Condor's face suddenly changed. He waved his hand, and a group of mercenaries surrounded Alan, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum. Cold Plum wanted to attack, but Ling Xiao stopped her. He wanted to see what this mercenary group was up to. Everyone, stop. Right at this moment, a steady, capable, and somewhat domineering voice sounded. Captain. Everyone saw the captain of the Golden Condor mercenaries walking out. The Ebony Condor looked very similar to the Ebony Condor, but he looked a little thin and weak. His originally tan face was a little paler. It was very strange. How can you arrest your own people before you investigate the matter? Condor, you're getting more and more unruly. Although they were brothers, it seemed that the relationship between the two was not as good as one would imagine. Big brother, think carefully. We were lucky to defeat the Scorpion General last time, and we lost a lot. Now that your Condor is in bad shape, it can't fight. If the Scorpion General attacks the Golden Condor mercenaries in the name of revenge, we'll all die. The Ebony Condor shouted, I'm doing this for the good of our mercenaries. Then what do you plan to do? Hand over Alan and the two strangers? Do you think the Scorpion General will let us go? The Ebony Condor said disdainfully, You should know that devil's character, right? Still, we can't let them go. Otherwise, the Scorpion General will punish us, and we won't even have an explanation. The Ebony Condor glanced at Cold Plum as he spoke. Cold Plum's fair skin, indifferent face, and beautiful face were rare in the Black Desert. He obviously had other ideas. You two, please stay in the sand castle for a few more days. If the Scorpion General's people come to punish us, I'll need you two to help explain. The Ebony Condor looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and said, This person was very smart. In fact, he agreed with the Ebony Condor's suggestion, but it was very beautiful. It was hard to dislike it. Of course, we saw the Scorpion General being killed by a strange monster with our own eyes. Ling Xiao also began to show his acting skills. He acted like a young master who had just come out of the city. Not only was he naive, but he was also stupid. Humph! I don't know where this idiot came from, but he has such a beautiful girl by his side. I'll enjoy her first, and then give her to the Scorpion General. The Ebony Condor heard Ling Xiao's words and was secretly happy. He liked this kind of idiot, because idiots were the easiest to fool. Chapter 1561. Bald Eagle, I'll leave the two guests to you. Remember, don't neglect them. After speaking, the Ebony Golden Eagle coughed twice, and then waved its hand. The moment he turned around to leave, the Ebony Bald Eagle's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ling Xiao seemed to have understood something, but it was just a guess, so he didn't say it out loud. Ebony Bald Eagle didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. He did arrange a very good place for Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. This place was right next to Alan's room, and there were people to serve them. If they needed anything, they just needed to tell them, but they couldn't step out of the room. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. This was clearly putting him and Cold Plum under house arrest. It seemed that Ebony Bald Eagle really intended to give them to the Black Desert General as a gift. But this guy was really ridiculous. If he wanted to leave, let alone those few people who were monitoring him, even if all the mercenaries in the sandcastle were here, how could they stop him? In the dead of night, the door of Ling Xiao's room was quietly pushed open. Alan came in from outside and said in a low voice, You two, don't sleep. Get up quickly. I'll take you out of here. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't sleep in the first place, so they were naturally very awake at this time. If we leave, I'm afraid you'll be used as a scapegoat, right? Ling Xiao sighed. After all, I'm one of them. What's more, the leader is interested in me. He definitely won't give me to another man easily, so don't worry. Alan smiled and said, After leaving the sandcastle, keep going east, and you'll reach Black Raven City. Although the road ahead is quite dangerous, it's safer than the Black Desert. As long as you don't meet the Black Desert General, there won't be any problems. Ling Xiao looked at Alan and said, We appreciate your kindness, but I really don't plan to leave. I believe that as long as we make things clear, the Black Desert General won't make things difficult for you. Oh, you idiot! Alan stomped his feet anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the room of the Ebony Golden Eagle, the leader of the Golden Condor mercenaries had a sharp blade stuck in his chest. The Ebony Bald Eagle was sitting beside him with a cold look in his eyes. Why, you're my younger brother. Ebony Golden Eagle asked weakly. So, what if he's my younger brother? You're really too stupid. You're actually trying to make an enemy out of the Black Desert General. You're simply overestimating yourself. Ebony Condor sneered. As your brother, I will give you a proper burial. Consider it a continuation of our blood relationship. After tomorrow, the Golden Condor mercenaries will join the Black Desert General's army. I will lead my brothers to eat and drink well, but you must die. Humph! The people of the Golden Condor mercenary group were all brought up by me. They will definitely avenge me. They will definitely not submit to you so easily. The Ebony Golden Eagle snorted. Big brother, why are you so stupid? Why do I have to keep those two strangers alive? Because they are the scapegoats sent by the heavens for me. Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. Tonight, I will become a hero and kill those two assassins with my own hands. Then, I will openly become the leader of this mercenary group. The Ebony Golden Eagle was stunned for a moment. An expression of despair appeared on his face. He knew that he had been schemed against, and the other party's plan was flawless. If it wasn't for my cultivation, I would never have let you succeed. The Ebony Golden Eagle roared angrily. Hee, big brother, why don't you understand? Do you really think that something went wrong with your cultivation? And why is your golden eagle dispirited? The Ebony Bald Eagle laughed mockingly. That's all because of the black death worm that the Black Desert General gave me. The black death worm can absorb the power of darkness and death in the Black Desert. Unless it's a heavenly demon or a martial artist from the Hell Continent, no one can withstand this evil and terrifying aura. You and your golden eagle were both corroded by this dark power. So that's how it is. The Ebony Golden Eagle was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes almost spat out fire. He tried to stand up and attack the Ebony Bald Eagle. However, the terrifying dark power in his body had already tortured him to the point that he had no strength left. In addition to the black dagger in his chest, the only thing he could do was to wait for the Ebony Bald Eagle to come. All right, since you already know the truth, you can die now. As your brother, at least I didn't let you die without knowing why. The Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. He grabbed the dagger in the Ebony Golden Eagle's chest and twisted it fiercely. The Ebony Golden Eagle died in miserable pain. Do it, he looked out of the window and said. The people outside had long been prepared. Then they began to shout, "Catch the assassins! Catch the assassins!" Ling Xiao was thinking about how to explain to Alan that he didn't want to leave when the door was suddenly kicked open. Seeing their neatly dressed appearance, the people outside the door shouted, "You really want to escape? Catch them and interrogate them." "What do you want?" Alan stood in front of Ling Xiao and questioned, "What do we want? These two people assassinated the leader. Miss Allen, you'd better get out of the way. This way, the leader won't treat you well in vain." The cultivators standing at the door spoke confidently, as if they were really here to uphold justice. "Impossible. I've been with them all this time. How could they have the time to kill the leader? You must be mistaken." Alan shook his head and said, "So, Miss Allen, you are also an accomplice? I didn't expect the leader to be so good to you. You actually helped these assassins to catch him too." The person outside the door said coldly, "Alan, there's no need to explain. These people obviously came prepared. I saw your leader during the day. His body was clearly eroded by some kind of dark power. Presumably his golden eagle is the same. There are spies in your mercenary group, and more than one. I don't know about the others, but that Ebony Bald Eagle should be the leader of these spies." Alan still wanted to explain, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. "They are brothers." Alan couldn't believe it. In this world, there are many evil people who dare to kill their own parents, not to mention their own brothers. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Golden Eagle mercenary group tonight. Although he wasn't afraid of the Ebony Bald Eagle, he had his own plans and didn't want to become enemies with them so soon. Not only did you assassinate the leader, you even dare to slander the vice leader. All of you, attack. 4 to 5 martial artists directly rushed out of the door, pouncing towards Ling Xiao, Lung Mei, and Alan. Ling Xiao didn't move, a disdainful sneer hung on his face. Lung Mei suddenly released an astonishing killing intent, making the bodies of those martial artists who were originally pouncing out actually stop there. Scram, or I'll kill all of you. A cold voice came out from Cold Plum's mouth. After following Ling Xiao for so long, this kind of domineering, killing intent had gradually been honed. Chapter 1562. What are you afraid of? Get her. The warriors outside continued to shout. Lung Mei did not speak any more nonsense. With a flash of her figure, she directly passed by the few martial artists who had rushed in and killed the guy who was the most arrogant. A bunch of good-for-nothings like you actually dared to attack my master? You overestimate yourselves. Lan looked at all of this in shock. She couldn't believe that this was real. Let's go. Let's leave this place, this filthy place. Ling Xiao glanced at Alan. He really couldn't bear to leave such a pure lotus flower here to suffer. You guys go. I still have family here. No matter what, I can't leave. Seeing that you guys are so strong, I'm relieved. Lan smiled. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and left with Cold Plum. No one dared to stop them. As for Lan, this girl had to experience being framed and persecuted by her companions. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to wake up. Just like Zhao Xi back then. Kindness was a good thing, but being too kind would make one naive and stupid. Sometimes this kindness would be used by others. Anyway, they wouldn't go far. He still had to save Lan, but he wasn't in a hurry. Not long after they left, Lan was tied up and brought to see Ebony Bald Eagle. A bunch of trash. You can't even watch 2 young people. What's the use of keeping you here? You only know how to eat. Ebony Bald Eagle was furious that Ling Xiao and Cold Plum had escaped. Then he stared at Lan and sneered. Luckily, this bitch didn't escape. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer to General Hey Mo, keep an eye on this *TCH and her stupid brother. Ebony Bald Eagle understood that the reason why Lan didn't choose to escape with Ling Xiao was because of her stupid brother. He had always been unhappy about this. His big brother had raised such a useless person to eat for free in the group. If it wasn't for the fact that he thought that the idiot was still useful, he would have killed him long ago. But Ebony Vulture had never considered that even though the idiot had not contributed much to the group, Alan had contributed more than any other warrior in the group. The benefits that a girl could bring to the Golden Condor mercenary group were even greater than what he, the deputy leader, could get. In any case, selfish people would never see the good in others. They would only see the dark places. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum didn't go too far. They were actually near the sandcastle. Seeing that Alan was fine, they found a quiet place to sit down. The night in the black desert seemed to be darker than other places. A terrifying aura of darkness and death was constantly being released from the ground. If it were anyone else, they would probably be on tenterhooks right now and might even be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were special. Ling Xiao cultivated the shadow profound and could control the power of darkness. He also had the immemorial heavenly demon battle will in his body. Cold Plum had a special ghost spirit martial spirit. Not only did she not hate the aura of death and darkness, she actually liked it very much. The two of them sat there cross-legged, allowing the aura of darkness and death to invade their bodies. Those powers were originally very arrogant, trying to destroy the two bodies on a large scale. But in the next moment, they realized that the two bodies were actually two traps. Once they entered, the power of darkness and death seemed to be trapped and began to rapidly devour and fuse with them. After only 2 hours, Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had broken through again. This kind of breakthrough made him overjoyed. It was much faster than he had imagined. Cold Plum's cultivation did not break through, but it was on the verge of breaking through. As for her martial soul, it was obvious that it had become much stronger. The ghost spirit, who was originally in ragged clothes, was now wearing armor and looked much more impressive than before. "Master, there's something strange about this black desert. Is there something underground? It's very beneficial to our cultivation." Cold Plum opened her eyes and asked excitedly. If she had discovered the benefits of this place earlier, she believed that it was not impossible for her to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. "It's not just the Black Desert. I feel that the closer we get to Black Crow City, the more terrifying this power is. So I suspect that the source of this power of darkness should be near Black Crow City." Ling Xiao analyzed. "Master's eyesight is indeed not something I can compare to. I thought it was under the Black Desert." Cold Plum said, "This time, we might be able to obtain an unexpected harvest in Black Crow City." Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited. But when he thought of Feng Min Qishan's terrifying cultivation, his joy immediately disappeared. "I must continue to grow. I can't always rely on Sister Moon Maiden's protection." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He also discovered that he was now in the Divine Phoenix Continent, so the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon's sword could still protect him. But once he went to the White Tiger Continent, there would be Grotto Heaven realm martial artists everywhere. There would also be many Yin-Yang realm experts. It was almost impossible for the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon's sword to protect him. His own strength was the most important thing. "Let's continue." Ling Xiao glanced at Cold Plum and said, "Yes, but, Master, I have a question. Do you plan to take Lan away?" Cold Plum hesitated for a moment and said, "She is a kind girl. It's a pity to waste her in this black desert. Moreover, she is very familiar with this area. If we can take her for our own use, it will be very important for the Heavenly Empire to control the Black Desert." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Master's thoughts are indeed the same as Cold Plum's." Cold Plum smiled. When she looked at people, she did not look at their beauty. It was purely based on their practicality. Lan was a useful person to Ling Xiao. This was her judgment. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and cultivate." Ling Xiao gently rubbed Cold Plum's head, then closed his eyes and continued to sense the dark force coming from the Black Desert. The sun had just risen, and the Black Desert was not that hot. A group of people was galloping across the desert. Smoke and dust were flying everywhere. Murderous intent filled the air. It was clear that they were going to find someone to settle the score. In the sand castle, the ebony bald eagle was sitting on a deck chair, drinking herbal tea while tasting grapes. In front of him, two people were hanging on the tower. One was Lan, the other was Lan's brother. At this time, Lan's face was pale. It was obvious that she had been hanging for a long time. She looked at her brother in despair and sighed helplessly. If she could, she really wanted to bear all the pain for her brother. "Ebony Bald Eagle, this matter has nothing to do with my brother. Why should he be punished?" Lan shouted angrily. "What a joke! I am the leader now. If I say it has something to do with it, then it has something to do with it. You worked together to kill my brother. This blood debt should be paid with blood. But for the sake of the brothers in the Sand Castle, I plan to give you to the Black Desert General as a gift." Chapter 1563. Ebony Bald Eagle sneered. "You're too naive. You're willing to stay for a fool. Wouldn't it have been better if you had left with those two strangers? I can't leave. Lon gritted her teeth. She remembered clearly that her parents had given her brother to take care of. How could she go back on her word? Moreover, her parents had been killed because they had taken a knife for her and her brother. If she couldn't even fulfill her parents' wishes, what kind of sister would she be? The atmosphere in the Golden Condor mercenaries was oppressive. Not everyone believed Ebony Bald Eagle. Nearly half of them had guessed the truth, but they didn't dare say anything. Ebony Bald Eagle had power and righteousness in his hands. If they stood up now, they'd be courting death. If they wanted to rebel, they'd need an opportunity. Of course, there were some who didn't care. After all, it was the same no matter who they followed. Lon didn't know what she'd done wrong. Her heart was being tortured. This was also the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted Lon to know that blindly being kind was meaningless. Sometimes she'd be in danger. In reality, Lon was no weaker than Ebony Bald Eagle. If she'd waved her arm, the Golden Condor mercenaries would have followed her. But the naive Lon didn't do that. This was why she was in such a dangerous situation. Lon needed to wake up on her own. No one else could help her. Looking at her younger brother, she had already begun to doubt whether everything she had done was right or wrong. In the distance, yellow sand filled the sky. A team was approaching at breakneck speed. "They're here." Ebony Bald Eagle looked into the distance excitedly. He jumped down from the sandcastle and knelt in front of the door. The people behind him knelt as well. There were such people who did not want to be a good person and insisted on being someone else's dog. It was hard to understand. "Welcome, General Ebony Desert, General Lizard, General Miasma, and General Sandstorm." Ebony Bald Eagle didn't dare to raise his head. After that, many people behind him began to shout. This scene was truly filled with awkwardness. Many of the Golden Condor mercenaries couldn't understand. The Golden Condor mercenary group, which could obviously contend against the Hey-Mo general, had to kneel to the other party. This made people speechless. The person in the lead was dressed in pitch-black armor, revealing only two eyes. He glanced coldly at the sandcastle in front of him, then looked at Ebony Bald Eagle, and asked, "Is your big brother dead?" "What?" The ebony vulture was startled. He had worked so hard to blame the two strangers and Alan. This black desert general's words exposed him. How should he answer? It's settled. The ebony buzzard braced himself and replied, "Ha ha ha, well done. You even dare to harm your own brother. This general likes people like you. Ha 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 ha." The black desert general was truly cunning. He'd said that to make the Ebony Condor lose control of the Golden Condor Regiment. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to subdue these people? What if the Ebony Vulture betrayed him? Now, there was no problem. Most of the members of the Golden Condor clan hated this guy who killed his own brother. The Ebony Vulture's face was numb. It was as if he'd thought he'd drunk a mouthful of wine, only to find that it was horse urine in his mouth. That feeling was too depressing. Is there anyone who disagrees? The Black Desert general glanced coldly at the sandcastle. Without the Ebony Golden Condor Regiment, he didn't care at all. Whoever dared to rebel, he dared to kill. Bah, Ebony Vulture, you shameless bastard. You really killed the leader. When the guest told me, I was still fantasizing that he'd guessed wrong. I didn't expect all of this to be true. Alan was completely depraved at this time. The leader of the Golden Condor Regiment was interested in her and took care of her. She was also touched. Although she didn't like him, she had always regarded the leader as her savior. But she didn't expect her savior to die so tragically. He was killed by his own brother. She was greatly affected, and her personality began to change. The Ebony Golden Condor didn't know what was good for him. He insisted on being the enemy of the Black Desert General. I killed him for everyone in the regiment. The ebony-bald eagle snorted coldly. Well said. Where's the guy's body? The Black Desert General asked. General, it's already been buried. The ebony-bald eagle replied. This guy was afraid that others would find clues from the corpse, so he buried the body directly. Unfortunately, his painstaking efforts were of no use at all. Dig it out and whip it. The Black Desert General looked at the ebony-bald eagle and said coldly, this. Even though the ebony-bald eagle was shameless and ruthless, he was stunned when he heard this. Of course, it wasn't because he had feelings for the ebony golden condor. It was purely because he would be seen as an enemy if he treated his brother like that in front of the golden condor regiment. Wouldn't he be killed in the future? You don't want to? The Black Desert General looked at the ebony-bald eagle with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes, yes. The ebony vulture's body trembled, and it actually agreed. Ha ha ha, that's an obedient dog. I like you even more. The Black Desert General laughed loudly. The humiliation of the Golden Condor Regiment satisfied his strong desire for revenge. After all, the ebony golden condor had severely injured his men. Today is an eye-opener for me. I can't believe I met such a shameless person. Not only did he kill his own brother, he even wants to whip his body. And the Golden Condor Regiment, there are so many men, but they can't even compare to a woman. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from afar. Before the person could be seen, the voice was very clear. This voice caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, they looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, two figures came together. It was Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. The one who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao had walked into the trap, the ebony-bald eagle looked at the Black Desert General excitedly and said, General, these two outsiders killed General Scorpion. Idiot, why did you two come back? Although Lan had become evil, it didn't mean that she couldn't differentiate between good and evil. She was just more determined than before. Although her voice was full of resentment and confusion, to be honest, she felt warm in her heart. Her own people weren't willing to help her, but two strangers were willing to step into the tiger's den for her. How could she not be excited? We just went out for a walk. We didn't say we were leaving. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I just didn't expect to see such a good show. The Black Desert General looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and couldn't make up his mind. Although these two young people didn't look very strong, they were probably not weak if they could kill General Scorpion. Chapter 1564. The Black Desert General couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's strength, so he naturally wanted to find someone to be his cannon fodder. He suddenly looked at the ebony-bald eagle and said, We'll talk about whipping the corpse later. Go and kill that man first. If you succeed, I'll let you live a good life by my side. Yes, sir. The ebony-bald eagle obviously preferred this to whipping the corpse. After all, in his eyes, these two youngsters who came out of nowhere should be easy to deal with. He stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his entire body erupting with a powerful aura. Kid, you're out of luck. Why did you come back when you left? The ebony-bald eagle sneered and pounced forward, his hands as sharp and terrifying as an eagle's claws. One could even hear the sound of something tearing through the air. Not bad. This ebony-bald eagle is comparable to the three of you. The Black Desert General smiled. He was quite satisfied with this new dog. The ebony-bald eagle became even more excited when he heard the Black Desert General's words. It seemed to be an honor to be treated as a loyal dog by the Black Desert General. In an instant, the ebony-bald eagle was in front of Ling Xiao. It was too fast. It was impossible for an ordinary martial artist to dodge at this distance. This guy only knows how to bully the youngsters. It's a pity that these two had nothing to do with Scorpion's death, right? The lizard general smiled and said, "It's good enough that they've reached the third grotto heaven realm at this age. They're not even comparable to Scorpion General's Pinky, right?" Many people agreed with this. Everyone in the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Condor mercenaries thought so. Lan's face was sad. She couldn't save her brother and had caused the death of innocent people. This made her feel guilty. This was the ebony bald eagle in the Golden Condor mercenaries. Besides the leader, this guy was the strongest. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be on guard at all. He was too arrogant. If he was hit, it would be too late for regrets. A few people on the Black Desert General's side smiled proudly. It seemed that this stranger was an idiot. Bang! The ebony bald eagle's sharp talons struck Ling Xiao viciously. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze froze. The mockery and laughter stopped abruptly. Although Ling Xiao was hit, he was unharmed. Not only that, even his clothes didn't flutter in the slightest. "This is your so-called strength." Ling Xiao looked at the ebony bald eagle mockingly and said with a cold smile, "You only know that the Black Desert General is strong, but you don't know that there is always someone stronger. Are you used to being a frog at the bottom of a well?" "No, this is impossible." The ebony buzzard screamed. Crazily, its face contorted. He attacked continuously in a frenzy. Ling Xiao still didn't fight back. He didn't even move an inch. He just looked at this guy coldly. "Are you tickling me?" He couldn't help but yawn as he teased. It wasn't just him. Even the Black Desert General's eyes had turned serious. He knew the ebony bald eagle's strength. Compared to the 4 fierce generals under his command, the ebony bald eagle wasn't inferior at all. His frenzied attacks couldn't even tear his opponent's clothes apart. He could clearly see that there was a ball of energy around the kid's body that was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was the protective Yuan energy. Every Grotto Heaven realm warrior had this, but how could the protective Yuan energy be so strong? What was this kid's cultivation level? "Are you done? If you are, it's time for you to die." Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded again. "Although I didn't have much interaction with your dead brother, I hate people like you the most. If I don't kill you, I'll feel disgusted." After speaking, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. A ball of light appeared on the surface of his body, and then a scorching heat spread through the ebony bald eagle's body. The poor ebony bald eagle, a half Yin-Yang realm warrior with Yin-Yang origin energy, had died at the hands of Ling Xiao. There was no corpse left. Not even a strand of hair could be found. The ebony bald eagle died. Just like that? Did he really kill the Scorpion General? The Black Desert General was shocked when he saw this. He didn't believe the ebony bald eagle's words at first, thinking that the ebony bald eagle was just randomly biting people. But after seeing this scene, he had no choice but to believe it. If this young man could kill the ebony bald eagle without making a move, then he could easily kill the Scorpion General. "Aya, I feel so much better after getting rid of a scumbag. Cold Plum, go save Lon and his brother." Ling Xiao stretched lazily and said with a smile, "Yes, master." Cold Plum flashed to the top of the city gate tower and untied the 2 of them from the ropes. No one dared to stop her. At this moment, both the Golden Condor mercenaries and the Black Desert General's men were shocked by Ling Zhao's strength. No one thought of stopping Cold Plum. Who was the one who said that they wanted to arrest me as an assassin last night? Ling Xiao glanced at the mercenaries on the sandcastle, his Tai Chi eyes flashing fiercely. He planned to take in the Golden Condor mercenaries, but he wouldn't let the black sheep live. In just a moment, Ling Xiao had seen through everyone's thoughts in the sandcastle. People were the easiest to recognize when they panicked. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but the Tai Chi eyes could. Kill. As a cold voice sounded, the martial artists who followed the ebony bald eagle's rebellion all fell into a pool of blood. A black shadow flashed beside each of them. Lon had been saved by Cold Plum. She looked at all of this in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. She thought that Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were just two arrogant young heroes who were naive and had a sense of justice. She didn't expect that she was the most naive one. Ling Xiao's strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. "Kid, did you kill the Scorpion General?" The Black Desert General suddenly asked. "I killed him. So what?" He thought that Ling Xiao would beat around the bush, but he didn't expect this guy to answer directly without thinking. A scumbag who deserves to die as much as the ebony bald eagle, especially since he dared to target my woman. Ling Xiao said coldly, "Very well, it's good that you admit it. I'll let you go today, but I'll kill you when we meet again." The Black Desert General had good eyesight and could see how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't have full confidence in killing Ling Xiao, so he planned to find a few more helpers after leaving. However, did he think that Ling Xiao was waiting for him here just to save Lon? Lon was naive, and the Black Desert General was naive enough. "Since you're here, don't leave." Ling Xiao's voice was cold and calm, as if the hundreds of people brought by the Black Desert General were made of paper. Chapter 1565. "Kid, what did you say?" The Black Desert General frowned. He didn't want to provoke the other party, and he thought that the other party didn't want to provoke him, but it seemed that he was wrong. "I said, since you're here, don't leave. How about all of you die here?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, but that smile was a little creepy. "Lizard, bring your men and teach this brat a lesson." The Black Desert General roared. "General, don't be angry. There's no need for others. I alone can swallow this kid." The Lizard General's eyesight obviously couldn't compare to the Black Desert General's. The Black Desert General knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, so he asked the Lizard General to bring his men. But the Lizard General was an idiot, and he insisted on going alone. "Let's go together. This kid is not easy to deal with." The Black Desert General said coldly, "Okay." The Lizard General didn't dare to disobey the Black Desert General's words. He called a dozen of his subordinates and charged at Ling Xiao with weapons. The Lizard General was a warrior of the lizard tribe. He was huge, at least 3 to 4 meters tall. His terrifying body was like a huge lizard. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he charged at Ling Xiao. Saliva kept flowing out of his bloody mouth. Golden Crow, Rising Sun. Without drawing his sword, Ling Xiao just waved his hand. A golden crow flew into the sky and plunged into the crowd. For a moment, screams came one after another. It was like purgatory on earth. The first to bear the brunt was the Lizard General. His body had become a roasted lizard. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It even emitted a fragrance. Although this move wasn't too powerful when used barehanded, the opponent was too weak. For the current Ling Xiao, this move was more than enough to deal with him. Thinking back to when he was in the Killing Dragon Forest, he had to draw his sword and use his martial soul to win against Bo Ashung. Although it was easier to win, it was more exhausting. Today, facing the Lizard General, who was at the same cultivation level as Bo Ashung, it was too easy to kill him. This time, the Black Desert General's expression became worse. It was just that he was wearing a black mask, so others couldn't see his ugly expression. However, the expressions of the other two generals were absolutely fascinating. It was a strange expression that was almost a mixture of stupefaction and panic. The Lizard General and a dozen or so Grotto Heaven Realm experts were gone. Just like that? Where did this kid come from? How could he be so terrifying? It's meaningless to let your subordinates die. You should do it yourself. Perhaps you'll have a small chance of winning. Ling Xiao looked at the Hey Mo general with contempt and said disdainfully, "Brat, I didn't make a move because you're so powerful at such a young age. I don't want you to die. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The Black Desert General said coldly, "That sounds nice, but why does it sound like you're running away? If you're not going to make a move, then I'll start killing first." Ling Xiao smiled. "Kid, let's mind our own business. Why do you have to force me so bitterly?" The Black Desert General was clearly afraid. The more discerning a person was, the more they understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Mind our own business? Now, you're saying that? But what were you doing just now? You let the ebony vulture kill me? Let your lizard general kill me? If I wasn't strong enough, wouldn't I have become a corpse by now? Ling Xiao mocked. Those who don't know are innocent. In this black desert, befriending me will bring you great benefits. The Black Desert General's words made the others feel dizzy when they heard it. Was this still the Black Desert General, who was known for his cruelty and ran rampant in the Black Desert? It didn't seem like it at all. How could the Black Desert General say such words? They didn't understand, because the Black Desert General had never met such a terrifying opponent so far. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised. The Black Desert is going to be mine soon. Why should I care about your face? Ling Xiao mocked. Are you Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire? The Black Desert General's eyes widened in horror. Ling Xiao was the terrifying existence who killed the Raven Queen, Prince Tomohiko Kuma, and State Preceptor Timur Mutu. Good eyesight. Unfortunately, it's useless. I don't even have the thought of taking someone like you as a slave. Ling Xiao seemed to have lost his patience. Scorpion Li, do it. I know you're here. He yawned and didn't even have the thought of doing it. Yes, Your Majesty. A voice suddenly came from the desert. Then, one by one, the Scorpion Men warriors came out of the Black Desert. Following their appearance, a series of mournful screams could be heard. The Black Desert General was horrified to find that the warriors around him fell to the ground one by one and died one by one. In the blink of an eye, he had become a complete loner, shivering in the cold wind. The black war horses were whining, the wind was whistling, and blood was flying all over the sky. It was like a terrifying Azura field. These people didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Under the leadership of the Black Desert General, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao and take away the women around Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't even have to do anything, and they died one by one. This was simply a textbook case of karma. I surrender. I'm willing to be loyal to the Celestial Empire and will never betray it. The Black Desert General was extremely terrified when he saw the people around him fall one by one. He couldn't deal with Ling Xiao, and he knew the newcomer, Scorpion Li. He was one of the experts of the Scorpion Men tribe in the past. At that time, he was no match for Scorpion Li. Scorpion Li was obviously an Yin-Yang realm expert now. He had no chance of winning. If he continued to stubbornly resist, only death would await him. Benefactor, can you give me his life? Alan suddenly said, although this request is a bit too much, I still hope you can agree. My parents were killed by him. I still can't forget that dark day. Okay, it was the same whether Ling Xiao killed the Black Desert General or not. It was better to let Alan handle it, and let Alan owe him a favor. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, you have to think clearly. Although I, the Hey Mo General, am no match for you, I belong to the Blood Prince. If you kill me, you can forget about agreeing with the Black Raven Empire. The Black Desert general stared at Ling Xiao and said, "The Blood Prince is now the most powerful warlord in the Black Crow Empire. If you want to get the Black Crow Empire, leave me alive. This way, there will be a buffer. I'll naturally serve you." Alan looked at Ling Xiao and said, "He's right. Your Majesty, my benefactor, I can let go of my personal grudges for your sake." "He's not that valuable. Do it." Ling Xiao didn't even blink. He didn't know the Blood Prince, and there was no need for him to know him. He was definitely not a good person to have raised such a guy. Sooner or later, he would be destroyed. Chapter 1566. Father, Mother, you have avenged your father. After killing General Hayemo with her own hands, Alan burst into tears. She was excited and touched, mixed with the pain of the past. "From today onwards, Alan, swear to follow His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire." After killing General Hayemo, the second thing Alan did was to pledge her loyalty to Ling Xiao. She swore in front of her parents' corpses that if someone could avenge her, she would never regret it. "You're too serious. I don't mind being a servant, but I do need a valiant general like you. How about this? The rest of the Golden Condor mercenary group will be under your command. You will follow Xie Li's orders directly. What do you think?" Ling Xiao did not need so many slaves. For someone like Alan, being a general was much more useful than being a slave. "I will do as you say." "Good. Xie Li, what about General Hayemo?" Ling Xiao asked. "Your Majesty, more than 50,000 people have been killed and 100,000 surrendered. They are now under the command of my General Xiemeng." Xie Li replied, "Very good. I estimate that the Blood Prince's army will arrive soon. This duel will be the best opportunity for these people to show their loyalty. Ling Xiao certainly would not kill all of them. If he did, his army would not be able to expand. In his memory of the other world, there was an army that had grown from a few hundred people to 1,000,000. Many of them had surrendered and were equally powerful. He felt that this method was much better than pure slaughter. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. If he was not forced into a corner, he would not have taken action. "Your Majesty, listen to me. The Blood Prince has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and his strength is even more terrifying. We should not be enemies with him before we stabilize the city." Alan said, "In particular, the Blood Prince's 13 generals are all as powerful as General Hayemo. He has even reached the Yinyang realm. He is not to be trifled with." "Oh, the Blood Prince is an Yinyang realm warrior. This is interesting." After last night's cultivation, Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the half-step Yinyang realm and possessed 30% of his Yinyang essence energy. If the Blood Prince's cultivation was only around the first level of Yinyang realm, he could still give it a try. With his current cultivation speed, he was still not satisfied. Only a battle of life and death could fully stimulate the potential in his body. Perhaps the heavenly demon-fighting spirit could completely erupt in this black desert and help him enter the Yinyang realm. As long as he stepped into the Yinyang realm, the gap between him and Feng Ming Qishan would not be that big. How could he give up such a good opportunity? "Alan, I know you have good intentions, but I came to the Black Crow Empire this time to annex it. Although I may not be able to do it completely, as long as I can conquer the Black Desert and Black Crow City, I'll have a firm foothold. You understand? I don't have a path of retreat right now. The moment I retreat, the Black Crow Empire might very quickly become a vassal of the Divine Phoenix Empire." Ling Xiao shook his head. "Since your Majesty has said so, Alan is willing to be the vanguard." Alan gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. Xie Li, gather the army and build fortifications. The Blood Prince will be back soon. After all, This place is very close to Black Crow City. The Blood Prince will definitely not allow a riot to happen behind his back. Ling Xiao ordered. I'm already doing it. Xieli replied. Okay, when the battle starts later, you'll still have the command. Just pretend that I don't exist. My target is only the Blood Prince. You can deal with the rest. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He felt that his subordinates had gradually grown up. There were many things that he did not have to do personally. No problem. Xieli nodded confidently. Then the army gathered. General He Mo had more than 100,000 subordinates. The Golden Condor mercenary group had more than 10,000 subordinates. The Heavenly Empire had more than 50,000 subordinates, a total of 160,000 subordinates. However, this time it was General He Mo and the 110,000 subordinates of the Golden Condor mercenary group who were going to charge in front of the Blood Prince's army. Ling Xiao floated in the air and said in a cold and domineering voice, "You may feel that it's unfair and cowardly, but let me tell you, fair treatment is bought with blood and achievements. If you want the same rights and treatment as my army, you have to show your bravery and loyalty on the battlefield. When this war is over, all the survivors will get the rewards and treatment you deserve. From then on, there will be no distinction between nobility and lowly. Now, whether you think you are cannon fodder or warriors, you have to charge in front of me. Those who dare to desert will not only die, but also have their divine souls destroyed and can never be reincarnated. Fight bravely. Good wine and beautiful women are beckoning to you. Your family will also receive the best care. A meteoric rise is just around the corner. Only death awaits those who betray me. Your family will also be implicated. From then on, they will be slaves and will never be able to raise their heads. Kill, kill, kill. Only by completely severing these people's thoughts of betrayal and escape could they truly cut off all means of retreat and fight to the death. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let them be cannon fodder. This war was just a test of loyalty and bravery for those warriors who were truly willing to fight with their lives on the line. He would do everything he could to protect them. He would not let them bleed and cry. For cowards and traitors, just as he said, not only would their death not be regretted, they would never be reincarnated. He had the ability to do so. In the army, there were waves of roars that shook the sky. At this time, these people were not fighting for Ling Xiao, but for themselves. This was enough. On the battlefield, as long as one was brave enough to fight, it did not matter who they fought for. The next morning, after a night of rest, the army's spirit had more or less recovered. Ling Xiao gave them the best recovery elixirs, although the elixirs in Ling Xiao's storage ring were almost used up. However, this action also made everyone believe Ling Xiao's words. He really did not let them be cannon fodder and die. This war was just to test their loyalty and bravery. In the distance, the earth began to shake. Black sand danced in the air, and a murderous aura surged, making everyone a little nervous and a little excited. The Blood Prince was here. He was here for revenge. The army did not stop. After seeing the target, the red-robed man in the lead directly gave the order. Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill. 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 The Blood Prince's army was also in high morale. They wanted to use killing the traitors to gain military merits for themselves. On the side of the Heavenly Empire, Xieli also waved the battle flag in his hand and gave the order, kill. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. The enemy's number is not much more than ours. For your future, kill with all your might. Chapter 1567. The Blood Prince's army was only around 150,000 people. After all, his territory was relatively large. It was impossible for him to bring all of his people. Otherwise, there would definitely be trouble elsewhere. Kill. The Heavenly Empire's army also charged out. Both sides did not play any tricks. It was just a serious head-on clash. This was the true meaning of meeting enemies on a narrow path, and the brave wins. Boom. The two armies collided. The two forces exploded in the black desert, raising black sand that filled the sky. The curtains of a bloody battle had been drawn. Very few people noticed that a strange white light appeared under the ground of this black desert. This white light enveloped the Heavenly Empire's army. Everyone immediately felt that their bodies were filled with strength. Even their defense and speed had increased a lot. Of course, this was one of the preparations that Ling Xiao made. He said that he wanted to test the quality of the team, not to send these people to their deaths. One night was enough for him to set up a powerful formation. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao opened the Holy King's eye. In the sky, a white-clothed Holy King appeared. Then, a blood-boiling battle song resounded through the clouds. The Heavenly Empire's army in the battle discovered that the wounds on their bodies, as long as they were not fatal, began to heal faster and faster. This scene caused their fighting spirit to soar and their morale to soar. Kill. Although the Black Desert General was cruel, there were no cowards under his command. In addition, Ling Xiao's previous words made them fight to the death as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There were a few who wanted to defect, but before Ling Xiao could make a move, they were killed by the people beside them. This was the true meaning of unity as an impregnable fortress. The desire to live and the hope of victory made them willing to fight to the death. Not to mention those people from the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Under Alan's leadership, no one surrendered. Although there were many who died in battle, more people were still alive. One of them, after killing more than 10 enemies, finally fell to the ground and could not get up. Just as he was about to be assassinated by the enemy, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside him and saved him. He was brought back to the barracks and began to receive treatment. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is indeed true to his words. He won't let us bleed and cry. This scene was happening all over the battlefield. Many people saw this, so they were even more willing to fight to the death. Previously, some people had held back because they were afraid that they would be killed after being injured. But now, they felt that there was no need to hold back. As long as he wasn't killed directly, even if he was injured, he would still be saved. It was obvious that the Blood Prince had also noticed the situation. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was hovering in midair. He knew that the key to this war was this guy. If they didn't kill this guy, they might really lose this war. After Ling Xiao released the Holy King, he released the Son of Shadow and the Son of Light to save people. After that, he did not do anything else. In this battle, other than assisting, he tried his best not to do anything if he could. Your Highness, please allow this subordinate to take that bastard's head. With him around, this battle is extremely disadvantageous for us. Next to the Blood Prince, a young man in black said respectfully, "My dear 100 sons, since you have such thoughts, go and take that person's head for your father." The Blood Prince nodded and said, legend had it that this Blood Prince was even older than the Raven Queen. He had 100 children, all of whom were sons, and each of them was quite powerful. This 100 sons were the best of the best. Their cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and their Yin-Yang Yuan force was extremely powerful. Your Highness, I will use my sharp teeth to suck his blood dry and turn him into a dried corpse to make a battle robe for you. The 100 sons smiled and then slowly rose into the air. A pair of fleshy wings spread out from his back. They looked like the wings of a bat. Could it be that this Blood Prince is actually the leader of the vampire bats. Ling Xiao knew that in the mystic world, there were thousands of races competing for supremacy, especially in the primordial age, after the human emperor established himself. There were too many races of different races that could reproduce smoothly. A race of vampire bats was really rare. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen one before. When he was about 50 meters away from Ling Xiao, Baizi revealed his sharp teeth and claws, and laughed sinisterly. "Brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to use my teeth to pierce a hole in your clean neck. Then I will suck your blood dry and let you wail in pain and struggle until you finally die." Ling Xiao didn't even look at the 100 suns. His gaze was fixed on the blood prince. On this battlefield, only the blood prince could arouse his interest. Although he might not be able to defeat the blood prince with his current strength, this battle was a must. He needed stimulation. Only this kind of stimulation could allow him to grow faster. In fact, many people in the mystic world knew of this method to increase one's strength, but not many dared to try it. This was because most people were afraid of dying. It was fine to do it once or twice, but if he kept risking his life like this, he might really die one day. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Especially now, he had the 9 deaths reincarnation technique. Even if he really died, it was possible to break through the shackles and break through cultivation. Moreover, his movement technique was so powerful. With so many life-saving methods, how could he die so easily? Ling Xiao's contempt made the 100 suns full of anger. The reason why he said those words was nothing more than to make Ling Xiao feel fear, and then panic. What he loved the most was to see the struggling faces of his prey before they died. It really made him feel a strong sense of excitement. But Ling Xiao's face didn't have it. He didn't even look at him. This made him furious to the extreme. In his eyes, a furious red light flickered. That red light really looked different from that of a human. It looked like he really was the descendant of the vampire bat clan. "Die, human!" The 100 suns let out a strange scream, making many people's ears hurt. Then he turned into a black shadow and closed the distance of 50 meters in an instant. At this time, Ling Xiao glanced at him and found that the power of darkness in the Black Desert was somewhat similar to the inner strength in this guy's body. Could it be that the power of darkness and death in the Black Crow Empire was actually related to the vampire bat clan? Facing the enemy flying towards him, he was still thinking about other things. He didn't take his opponent seriously. The moment he closed in on Ling Xiao, when he was about 1 or 2 meters away, the nails of the 100 suns suddenly grew long, like the claws of a bat. The pair of long teeth in his mouth also became sharper and even flickered with a cold light. The warriors of the vampire bat clan generally didn't use weapons. This was because they carried their own weapons, which was very similar to many avian and beast clan warriors. Chapter 1568. Kill him. A shocking roar came from the Blood Prince's battle formation. This was because the Blood Prince's army was at a huge disadvantage on the ground. 150,000 soldiers against 110,000. In just a few minutes, they had already lost more than 10,000 soldiers. If this situation continued, their advantage in numbers would soon be completely wiped out. And the main culprit was Ling Xiao. Therefore, they really hoped that Ling Xiao would die. As long as Ling Xiao died, they would naturally be able to quickly regain their advantage. A sinister smile appeared on Blood Prince Baizi's face. It was as if he could already see Ling Xiao lying in a pool of blood and gradually turning into a dried corpse. However, Ling Xiao still had no intention of making a move at such a close distance. The 3-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly appeared, and a soul-sucking ray of light shot towards Baizi. Baizi was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao, but his body seemed to be bound by lightning, and he was completely unable to move. Then, a cold ray of light shot out from Ling Zhao's side. It was cold plumb, like a blade of death drawn from the realm of ghosts. It directly pierced through Baizi's forehead. From the beginning to the end, Baizi's eyes were only filled with fear, but he was unable to resist at all. In fear and regret, he quickly extinguished his life and turned into a corpse. Then he fell to the ground and was trampled into meat paste with the other corpses. Yes, after my cultivation increased, the power of the three-leaf demonic pupil has indeed increased by a lot. Although this Baizi was a little stupid, he was still an expert with 30% of his yin-yang essence energy. He was actually completely stunned by my three-leaf demonic pupil in an instant. Terrifying. Ling Zhao lowered his head and muttered to himself. He was very satisfied with his attempt this time. Cold Plum, how do you feel? Ling Zhao suddenly asked Cold Plum. Master, just as you expected, after killing this vampire bat clan's warrior, a warm current suddenly appeared in my body. Then I could clearly feel that my strength had increased, even though it was only a small increase. Cold Plum replied, Interesting. Let's start the slaughter then. I believe that we will encounter something very interesting in this trip to the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps it will be something that you and I have never encountered before. It's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. Ling Zhao was a little excited. He had not only set up the array formation last night, but he had also studied the characteristics of the energy under the Black Desert. For martial artists with dark attribute, internal energy, they could actually directly absorb it. No wonder his cultivation could rise so quickly. The vampire bat clan's internal energy was very similar to this kind of power. Since that was the case, killing them to obtain an increase in cultivation was also valid. Of course, last night was just a guess, but now it was a real test and confirmation. Cold Plum entered the battlefield and began her slaughter. Originally, neither she nor Ling Zhao had planned to participate in this battle. However, since there was such a great benefit to killing the vampire bats, the situation was different. Wings of darkness appeared on Ling Zhao's back. He could feel that the energy absorbed from the Black Desert had increased. The Holy King was still floating in the sky while he charged towards the Blood Prince. Since the Blood Prince was unwilling to take action, he could only force him to take action. His body released a terrifying killing intent that was enough to incite the Blood Prince's battle intent. Long live! Seeing Ling Zhao kill 100 of the Blood Prince, the Heavenly Empire's army cheered loudly. Their morale soared once again. On the other hand, the Blood Prince's morale dropped even further. They did not expect Ling Zhao's strength to be so terrifying. 100 half-step yin-yang realm martial artists with 30% of their yin-yang origin energy couldn't even touch him. What was even more terrifying was that this attack had angered this expert. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire battlefield, causing all the Blood Prince's soldiers to tremble. Your Highness, let us go. You don't have to take action. This time, the Blood Prince did not bring his 13 generals. That was because the 13 of them each had their own duties and areas under their control. However, he brought his 100 sons. He believed that they could improve on the battlefield. Seeing 100 of his sons killed, the other 99 were enraged and swore to avenge their brothers. Yes, the Blood Prince glanced at his sons. His originally ashen face looked much better. He did not believe that his 99 sons could not kill a brat who looked like he was still young. Everyone attacked together. Don't let that bastard escape. Avenge our brothers. One of the 99 sons shouted. Then all 99 of them spread their wings and soared into the sky. They were like 99 huge vampire bats. quite united. Unfortunately, they're only here to die. There was only coldness in Ling Zhao's eyes. His target was the Blood Prince. However, if anyone dared to stop him, he would not show mercy. This Blood Prince was quite ambitious. He actually dared to bring all his sons to the battlefield. If they all died, wouldn't he die in pain? He did not notice that the blood on the corpses of the 100 sons killed by cold plum seemed to have been sucked away by something. They instantly turned into dried corpses. This seemed to be the beginning of some evil ritual. No one knew who was behind all this. Of course, it could also be that no one was behind it. Perhaps some ancient array was activated by the blood of the Blood Prince's sons. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know any of this. He only had eyes for the Blood Prince. Ice's fury had already appeared in his hand. Then, the dark demon sword hung above his head. The two swords merged into one. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands. The killing sword intent became even more violent. A pitch-black demon sword appeared behind him. It was the ancestor of the sword demon Yi Gushin. He was the ancestor of all the demon swords with dark and chaos attributes. The moment Yi Gushin's figure appeared, the dark demon sword in Ling Zhao's hand became even more terrifying. Kill! Killing intent rumbled. All of the 99 scions were stunned. In this black desert, there was actually someone even more frightening than their dark power. Don't be afraid. Attack together. Don't forget, His Highness the Prince is right behind us. Letting him pass will be a disgrace to all of us. Amidst the angry roars, the 99 sons attacked at the same time. 99 dark auras shot toward Ling Xiao like lightning. Here comes the experience. Ling Xiao looked at the 99 figures, and his eyes actually shone with excitement. Dark demon sword, body destruction. The explosive sword qi danced in the air, and any figure that came into contact with this terrifying sword qi was torn apart, turning into corpses. Fresh blood sprayed onto the black desert and was quickly absorbed by the desert. At the same time, strange symbols and inscriptions flickered on the black desert. Although they disappeared in a flash and no one noticed, it could not be denied that they had appeared. The battle continued. None of the 99 sons could block Ling Zhao's attack.